Boop. Hit the go live button. You're live? Hooray. That's exciting. Goody goody. Boop. Hit the go live button. What's up, everybody? How we doing? So, I'll bring you over to the left screen where you can see what's going on. We have two tournaments today. We have a newer players tournament, and we have veterans tournament right after that. Swarv, Papa Palpatine, Mr. Teufel, Lupi, Commodore, Samurai, Mr. E.T., Golden Floof, and Geraldo. Looks good to me. So I will now just send the pre-recorded message. That is all correct. Cool. Leave a spectator slot so I can hop into GM to watch. Only wait for me in finals. Yeah, so if the veteran tourney gets started and they hit semifinals, I don't really want them to wait for me. They can just keep rolling until we get to finals, and I'll pop in when I pop in. Yeah, it's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. I'm excited. I'm ready. Let's go. Feasting Forest be removed from the mess. It's terrible. Waste of Slanesh could be a good replacement. Huge advantage to player 2 on that map. Feasting Forests. I'll make a note to do this soon, but not ATM. Sorry, mate. Okay, I'll make a note to do that. Golden Floof and Gerardo, Samurai, Mr. E.T., Lupi and Commodore, and then Swarv and Papa Palpatine. That's a good lineup. I'm going to make that note that I just told Matthew I would. And then I will focus. Matthew, note, Feasting Forest. Okay. Who to watch? Who to watch? I think Samaric and Mr. E.T. would be cool. We've seen a good amount of Samaric on the stream, but I've never ever seen this Mr. E.T. person, so I would like to do that. Lupi is in the new tournament? Lupi's also signed up for the veteran tournament. Lupi! Double dipping! I actually don't know where they're supposed to be. Actually, Lupi Commodore could be pretty tight. Let's do that. Let's do that. Can I spectate? Okay. He's got a thing up. He seems excited. He's just completely enthralled with the fact that we might spectate. Alright, we're off to the races. Oh, people are here. Human, please answer me. Yeah. For Poland, when were you thinking of doing that? Because I am potentially, possibly the busy rat. Does someone have a buy? I think Mr. Teufel has a buy. Hi, Mr. Teufel. Matthew Coffin, good day, sir. Rusty's dabbing. Rusty, where have you been? The tournament scene has not had nearly enough Rusty in it. You gotta dominate the scene. We miss you. And you can't even give me the excuse that Chaos isn't in the game, Rusty, because Chaos is literally over half of this game. It's just not the Chaos you're used to. Zep's here. Swar versus Palpatine might be good. That would be good. Yeah, you're right, Matthew. Hey, you're the one I was just talking to. What up? Yeah, I'll remove Feasting Forest from the map pool. I have 2 tournaments going on right now and a stream, and it's not a great time. I'm sorry. But I put a note on my desktop. I will change that. Zep. Nerd busy. Sorry, let me know when you can. E. Tea is hot. All right. Too bad it's Warhammer 3 can't play. T and I've been trying to host about one Warhammer 2 tournament a week, and then every other week it's EU time, and then every other week it's NA time. So there are Warhammer 2 tournaments around, and I'll try to keep you updated. You find it. Okay. Cool. Did someone say Norska? No. No one did. Mr. Coffin. Alright. Time to update the scorecard now that I know who is where. We have ODM's Loopy. Loopy is usually a fan of all cavalry builds of some kind or another, so I'm wondering how he's going to try to pull that off in Game 3. Or if he'll give up on all of his beliefs and just play meta. Don't know. And VM, Comer, Dinner, 12. Commoditors had kind of an interesting go. When Warhammer 3 first came out, he was doing really well in tournaments, and then I haven't been spectating him. This is part of the reason I wanted to spectate this one. I haven't been spectating him a lot recently, and he's been dropping out super early in tournaments, which I find strange, because I think he's a better player than that. So I kind of wanted to watch his games and see what's up. Like, does he just have an off-meta read? Is he getting really strong opponents? So I just kind of wanted to check in on him. Because as a player, I had my eye on him, kind of like, this guy could be pretty good. And like I said, he's getting knocked out by people I wouldn't have guessed. Like, getting beat by someone once is an upset. Getting beat multiple times is a... might need to reassess. So, I'm just curious. And I don't do that to, like... I don't know. It's hard, because I like to just talk honestly about things and not sugarcoat it. I've talked about this before, but I don't really like to do like the... It's even star versus first time at a keyboard. Anybody could win. It's like, nah, even star is going to win. So I like to be honest about like player rankings and skill and stuff and have a conversation about people like... Because then you can build narratives around, are they getting better? Are they getting worse? Like, oh man, Anticity was really good at the start of Warhammer 3 and is really good at domination mode, and now after the game's been out for 3 years, all of a sudden he's not, his meta reads are off and that kind of stuff, and you can't have that narrative if you don't acknowledge stuff. So I'm not here to flame Commodore. It's like, you know, they were at the start of Warhammer 3, they were really good, and recently they've been struggling, so I just kind of wanted to spectate and check in. It looks like we have Tzeentch and Khorne first round. And I've been spectating / playing a good amount of domination recently, so this matchup in domination feels weird. Because Houseplant beat the shit out of me as Tzeentch into my Khorne. He just beat my front line. There's nothing I could do about it. But in land battles, I'm trying to remember, Tzeentch normally gets pretty blobby. And then uses spells to debuff Khorne's front line. Then with the spawn, Armor Sundering plus Forsaken, they'll just rock and roll through him. And I have a video coming out soon. Well, not soon. I have a video I'm recording, but it'll probably come out late June, early July. Because I'm any video I make now gets scheduled to come out at least 3 weeks in the future because I have so much shit on the channel already. Anyway, I learned that the Exalted Lord of Change, if he uses his summons and debuffs appropriately, he can just beat an Exalted Bloodthirster in melee combat. So potentially Tzeentch is going to lose the front line and the Lord duel. I mean, sorry, Khorne is going to lose those things. So I'll have to see what Commodore's plan is here. You're not joining the tournament today, Hummus? No, Zep. I would want to join the veterans one, and then as the host, and I want to spectate the new players one. It'd be weird if I was like, and we're in the semifinals. Oh, but my tournament started, so I have to go play. So fuck this noise. Hope whoever wins, wins. And just peace out. So I thought it'd just be better if I played the spectator. You let yourself out then. See you, Matthew Coffin. It's good to see you. Goodbye. Do you think it's worth getting them to clue you in on picks and bans? You feel like it can be announced on stream? Feel like it's an interesting part of best of 3 that goes unseen currently, especially since it's interesting on what the meta is on picks and bans. That is a good point, Matthew. That is a good point. It's really tough because we just don't have an in-game chat. I could try and say, tell me these things. But I know some people... Well, I guess the Game 3 stuff hasn't been crashing as much since all the patches, but I do worry about games crashing if they don't focus. I could ask, especially on semifinals and finals. Alright, Virtual Mage. I haven't been playing multiplayer at all, so I have no idea about the meta myself. Sometimes that's the best way to be, man. Then you just play wild builds and have some fun. If Evenstar brings all Skaven Slaves, you won't win. You say that. Narrative, is Ben Simmons joking? This is new, and Loopy and Cumberton are new. Yeah. Like, you gotta have a cutoff somewhere. So if you think of the old Anticity tournaments I used to help him host, it was like bronze through silver. And fucking Raced. Raced was bronze. And Raced had played a ton of the game, but he just lost a lot. And now he's really good, but Ent Ladder, he was kind of in Elo hell, so it took him a lot of wins to get out of that. So, like, if you're in a bronze tournament, you could fight Raced right away and lose. But you still had a better chance of finding a newer player than if you were in the Gold through Masters tournament. You know what I mean? So it's like... yeah. It's tough, but... there's less of a chance in the newer players tournament that round 1 you get, like, Anticity or even Star or Houseplant level players. At least you're in the medals, McRightface. All right, Connor McGorman. Love all the land battle tournaments. Thanks for hosting these and changing out from Dom. Anytime. I also enjoy Domination. I enjoy both for different reasons. I probably like land battle a little bit more. But what sucks is, like, it feels like I'm the only one hosting any frickin' land battle tournaments. So I kind of get pigeonholed into them because it's like, well, you know, Houseplant has a North American time zone domination tournament every Friday. Turin pops in and out with some domination tournaments here and there. Dav sometimes hosts a domination tournament here or there. And that's honestly right now, as far as I know of, the entire Warhammer 3 tournament scene at the moment. So then I'm like, well, there's not a lot of tournaments at all, and there's none for land battles, so I guess I'll do that. Cuden hosts a lot of 2v2 stuff, but he has me, like, cast him. Did I see Ent stream yesterday? No, I was at my cousin's wedding. That's why I wasn't playing in it either, unfortunately. Fortunately, I was busy. Was it good? Wild build, Hickok. Borderless full screen fixes any tab out issues. Yeah, I usually play on borderless full screen because I need to be able to click back and forth between Discord, the stream, the tournament bracket, and my streaming software, and then the game. Alright. The meta here is a Forsaken spawn blob with a couple units in the air to harass Khorne, but it doesn't look like that's what Loopy's doing. Matthew, I'll pick up with your comment in a second. Forsaken of Tzeentch, so 4 of them. We do have double, triple Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, so that's very much Loopy. Loopy loves playing with cavalry. He will almost always do it, even to his own detriment. But you gotta respect someone who sticks to their guns, even if you know what they're gonna do, and you can counter it. Double Flamers of Tzeentch is interesting. Kind of excited to see that. Furies of Tzeentch and Kairos Fateweaver. I do worry that without their spawn compatriots, the Forsaken here are just going to get mulched. They have horrific melee stats. 32 and 20 is pretty fucking bad. And they usually get by just on the fact that the spawn near them can do armor sundering. So without the spawn, I think these Forsaken are going to underwhelm you. Because they heavily rely on that synergy. On the other side, for Comer Dinner, we have Fleshhounds, Chaos Warriors with Halberds, and then a front line of Chaos Warriors themselves. We do have double Cultist. Both have the summon, so 1 second. Oh, they started already. Alright. So Dinner has double summons, which you can't use both of them. We'll deal with that when we deal with that. Exalted Bloodthirster's in the sky, triple Chaos Fury. So if Tzeentch wins, there's no problem. If Khorne wins without using one of the summons, there's no problem. And if Khorne uses both of the summons and wins, then we ask Loopy, do you want to replay or are you fine? And we'll see what they say. But we'll deal with it when we have to deal with it. Kairos will lose the Exalted Bloodthirster. When I said a Greater Lord of Change can beat a Bloodthirster in melee combat with all their buffs and debuffs, that is not Kairos. Kairos also has dogshit melee stats, and he will lose that fight easily. Double Flamers light up a Chaos Warrior of Khorne, immediately taking it to half health, and that is a nice trade. Chaos Knights are going to fight Fleshhounds, and they will definitely win that. With 120 armor, the Fleshhounds are good units, and they have high weapon strength, but not a lot of armor piercing. Flamers of Tzeentch are going to turn and try and shoot this Bloodthirster while he is netted. Now he does have some Eagle/Manticore problems from Game 2, whereas every time you hit him, he will back up, and that makes him very annoying to deal with. And at the meantime, Chaos Furies of Khorne try to dive onto the Flamers of Tzeentch, but they get caught by Forsaken and will probably die soon, and the shields for the Flamers is keeping them healthy. Loopy is about double the damage value of Khorne at this moment, and that is to be expected. The triple Chaos Knights are doing a lot of great work for Tzeentch right now. They've already gotten rid of one of the Fleshhounds. A Bloodletter summon is burned on extremely mobile units, so if the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch can just run away from that summon, it'll fade away into nothingness, and it won't matter. Chaos Knights over here catching more Fleshhounds, very good stuff from them. Kairos Fate Weaver with the Blue Fire of Tzeentch, hitting both of these Chaos Warriors of Khorne to double the value there. And it looks like Tzeentch's strategy at the moment is just to ignore the Exalted Bloodthirster and try to run away from it if it ever comes towards anything important. Flamers are desperately trying to stay alive while under constant harassment by the Chaos Furies of Khorne. And it looks like this Flamer unit is probably going to die, but the other one is still very healthy and fine. Some Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are slightly forgotten in the fray, and they are going to get a regrowth cast onto them and then get ordered away. Pretty good play getting them out of those halberds. And they have a good amount of models. 35 is completely fine. So that regrowth will do a lot of good work for them. Flamers are about to get charged by Chaos Knights. Sorry. The Furies attacking the Flamers are about to get charged by Chaos Knights. They're going to die instantaneously, and that's pretty good for Tzeentch. Tzeentch is still maintaining a little bit of gold damage value up, and the second Bloodletter summon has come out. Now this is in a more central location. There's a lot of Forsaken fighting. Meanwhile, the Exalted Bloodthirster has taken a good amount of punishment. I think we officially lost one of the Flamers, so this is the only Flamer left. He's trying to kite out these halberds, and quickly this Cultist of Khorne is coming to shut him down, while the Flamer takes another half-health chunk out of the Chaos Warriors. They've been doing really well when they get to fire, though Commandinder's been very on top of killing them violently. That Bloodletter summon is getting chewed up by these Forsaken. It is 3 Forsaken, I suppose. Chaos Knights, Chaos Furies, all trying to protect these Flamers, get them back out of the fight, and we have more Chaos Knights cycle charging in here. But you can see why Loopy constantly takes Cavalry in Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3, no matter what. He will always take them. He's pretty good with them. Lots of nice cycle charging. Rarely ever forgets them, and if he does, he offers them the support they need to keep them up. And we can see in the late game here, we have 3 Chaos Knights. We're all pretty healthy if you think about it. That one's a little over half health, and full health. Quite good there. Khorne, a bunch of tattered infantry, some single entities that are out of their summons. Ooh, and a net from Kairos Fate Weaver. I wonder what he's going to do with that. Does he have a Blue Fire of Tzeentch follow-up, or just going to let the Chaos Knights deal with it? Looks like he's going to let the Chaos Knights deal with it, but Cultists of Khorne don't take that much damage from Chaos Knights. They don't have good armor piercing, and that guy does have 95 armor. Slaanesh has arrived. No! I'll deal with that after the game. For now, don't click on that link. Kairos is trying to stop this Exalted Bloodthirster. Commandinner is insisting upon ending these Flamers of Tzeentch that have eluded him for 4 minutes of this game. And, that's probably a good choice. I mean, his tattered remains of infantry, if they get hit with one solid Flamer volley, they're going to rout. He does need to shut them down. Kairos is taking a fight with the Exalted Bloodthirster, giving himself 44% damage resistance. He's going to need it because his melee defense is approximately 1/3 of the melee attack. The other person. Hey, Tian's doing mod stuff. Thanks, Tian. You're a treasure. Kairos decides to attack this Cultist of Khorne. Meanwhile, the Flamers are going to fire past him and hit a big old clump of Chaos Warriors. Damage values are pretty close, but the balance of power is not. Tzeentch is very far ahead on that metric. One of the Chaos Knights is finally routing. Another Chaos Knight that's surrounding the Exalted Bloodthirster is at about half health. But we still have this full health one over here that's still fighting the Cultists. Blue Fire of Tzeentch spam could maybe help take out the single entities of Khorne. But I guess there isn't a ton of killing power on Tzeentch for these single entities. These Chaos Warriors are doomed. Ooh, a regrowth on the Flamers of Tzeentch. I do not like that. I don't think that was worthwhile. I'd much prefer that to be on the Blue Fire spam, personally. With the Winds of Magic, he's going to use that on the army ability of Tzeentch that calls down the Little Magic Bolt. It currently looks like it's aiming at the worst possible target, but never mind. The reticle was just way off where the actual bolt was going to land. Exalted Bloodthirster is still surrounded by Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. This could be a good time if you had Harmonic Convergence to throw Harmonic Convergence on these guys and just give them some better melee stats, but it doesn't look like that is even a spell in the repertoire for today. Blue Fire does so much damage to the Cultist. I infinitely prefer seeing it used on them rather than regrowthing Flamers. Really, really like the Blue Fire cast there. Do more of that in the future, please. One Cultist is shattered. All of the Chaos Warriors are about to rout, and it's down to just an Exalted Bloodthirster that is extremely dead, and a half-health Cultist. I do think Tzeentch has this one, and therefore the rule break doesn't matter. Hooray! It's all over for the crime, but the crimes. I'm going to go back and check on Matthew's comment. You absolutely hate domination. I don't understand how anyone enjoys it. That's fair. I can see why people wouldn't like it, because it can get really stagnant. I think for me, I've just played way too much Warhammer 2 land battles, so for me it's refreshing. It's refreshing and different. That doesn't mean it's better. You know what I mean? Flamers, one got shut down, the other one got almost double its value back. Forsaken did much better than I thought they would have without Chaos Spawn, so good for them, and then Loopy's control of his cab was pretty well executed as well, and Kairos Fate Weaver did fine. For Cumber Dinner, his Bloodthirster did all it could. It got whittled down. These Halberds got 1,500 value, probably fighting those Chaos Knights that got stuck in them for a little bit. The Fleshhounds got 5 and 0 damage value. Oof. And the Furies were thrown after the Flamers. That was an interesting build from Loopy. That's how I want Tzeentch to play. You know what I mean? Like, the random Nyx blobs where he takes Forsaken and Spawn and just beats Khorne in melee, that's some bullshit, but Tzeentch actually running around the map a lot, cycle charging, kiting, making sure his Flamers are still alive, casting lots of spells with Kairos and that kind of stuff. That's how Tzeentch should try to beat Khorne, not just, like, go fisticuffs and beat his ass. That was well played. GG. Okay. I didn't see any wild rats running around in chat yesterday. Sedge. It prevents kite battles so people find it more interesting. Connect the coffin. Lamas is true. You have been summoned. Subedithed. Matthew. It was about 100 hours long and ended on epic Nurgle mirror. Anticity stream did? I heard there was some drama about Evenstar entering that tournament because I'm pretty sure he's Russian, and I thought Games Workshop banned Russians from participating, but then he was there anyway, so I don't know. I heard there was some hullabaloo about that. Both of these builds lose to Glorious Norska. Well, of course. Norska has Skirmish Cab, which is unheard of in Game 3. Yeah, okay. Well played by Loopy, did not expect that. Yeah, Loopy's good. This is the Wood Elf style of Tzeentch. You hate Wood Elves? Loopy, I would rather... Okay, here's the thing, Loopy. Here's the thing. 1, just let me praise you. Take the praise. Take it. 2, how pissed do you think I would be if Wood Elves could go toe-to-toe with Chaos Warriors? Like Warriors of Chaos or Beastmen or who's greenskins, I guess, kind of, but like any melee heavy faction, Wood Elves just go toe to toe with them. No archers, no cavalry, none of that bullshit. Just go toe to toe and beat them. Do you know how fucking pissed I would be? Do you know the rant video that would be coming your way if Wood Elves were also the best melee faction? No. All right. They're a great kite faction. They're a great kite faction. They have good light cavalry. Sure, that playstyle annoys me, but I can acknowledge it takes skill to do. Like, I have never pretended Wood Elves are easy. Never. So when Tzeentch runs around the map and kites Khorne and stuff, that's Tzeentch being Tzeentch. And while I don't like the playstyle personally, I would prefer Tzeentch be Tzeentch than Tzeentch be Khorne, but better, and he gets spells. Like, yeah. I would rather a faction have an identity I don't like than have no identity besides just kicking everybody's ass. Capture points are too hard to wrestle away unless you use the comeback mechanic to just kill off a whole army. I would like domination mode a lot more if in my tournaments I could customize the amount of victory points and when the fucking points unlock. Because I would turn the 3-minute timer to a 1-minute timer, and I would turn the max score from 5,000 to 3,000. He went Cathay and banned Kislev. Thanks, Loopy. Ooh, Nurgle Cathay. Llama, if you're still in the chat, your matchup's up. Llama's been talking to me a lot about this. He has a build he really likes for Nurgle versus Cathay. And I won't spoil it because I usually don't like to talk about people's builds unless it's been on the stream. But the part I will say is he really enjoys the Nurgle cavalry options. And I don't think they're very good personally, but I know he's had some success with them and he's a big fan. T1 down. We have 2 more to go. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. The final battle on Endstream yesterday had all 3 cap positions in contention the entire match. It was really good. That's good. Playing with Tzeentch Cavalry seems really fun. Tzeentch Cavalry, even before all the patches, was the only cavalry in the game that felt like good to use. And then the Cav patch came out, and now most Cav feels alright to use, but Tzeentch Cavalry has always been particularly nice. Greenskins pre-nerf, lol, same build every match. 3,000 is a quick game. It is a quick game, but not everybody wants to sit around for a 5,000 thing. If you're taking a fair fight versus Tzeentch's Khorne, you're doing it wrong, to be honest. Platypus. I don't... Random Mix has some pretty scary Tzeentch versus Khorne blob builds. Some pretty terrifying ones. You played against his Nurgle build earlier? It's pretty good. Tzeentch Cav felt good. I thought it did. I liked it on release. It was the only heavy Cav that, like... Alright, are you talking about land battles or domination, Platypus? Because land battles, it did fine. You could recharge it, you could heal it, you could give them harmonic convergence. But, like, the thing about it is... The thing about it, Menacing Platypus, is... Tzeentch's Cav was the only heavy Cav that had good stats... and had, for some reason, good melee interactions, while, like, Jade Lancers did literally no damage to anything ever. Like, Platypus, you got to remember context. The Kislev Chariot Blob could roll through Jade Lancers without taking any damage, but they would get stuck in Chaos Knights of Tzeentch and actually get killed, and actually take damage. So that was pretty good. Also, when Jade Lancers piled onto... I don't know, archers, or whatever you want to say, before the updates to the cavalry in Game 3, for some reason, they just wouldn't do any damage. They would knock stuff over and then, like, leave it alone. And it was really hard to get any damage done. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch would fuck up peasant archers. Slightly, yeah. No, I'll agree, they were expensive, but I was just saying they felt like... They felt good to use when a lot of other games on release was pretty meh. I'll agree, they're probably too expensive. Yeah. No, I would agree to that. But I will say they were one of the only units that didn't feel like you were walking around with bouncy balls. And Jade Lancers, you hit something and it goes flying, and that's pretty cool, but it took no damage, so who gives a shit? Jade Lancers still look like discount Empire Knights. Their stats are very comparable. I don't know why Empire Knights perform so much better, but even then, Empire Knights aren't fantastic units. They're just okay. So I guess we shouldn't have such a high bar for the Jade Lancers. Jade Lancers are necessary. Doesn't mean they're good. But heavy cav of any kind is needed to stop chariots from raffle stomping all over your front line. Peasant horsemen just don't do it. Their mass isn't that high. Yee. Cathay versus Nurgle. I like this matchup a lot as Cathay. I usually just spam peasant long spears. Basic ass bowmen. And then a couple strong single entities. Because the reason is the more elite you go on Cathay infantry in this matchup, the more Stream of Corruption is just going to get its value back. You know? Because they... Stream of Corruption will kill any infantry. Doesn't matter how expensive it is. Celestial Dragon Guard, Peasant Long Spearman, it's going to do about the same damage to both of them. It's just going to completely delete them. So you might as well take all the cheapest shit you can. And then cheap archers too. Again, for the same reason. It's like, oh no, you know, your Stream of Corruption hit my archers. Well, they're 400 gold versus the 1,100 Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen. And then Nurgle can't deal with single entities very well. So you usually have a Dragon Lord, or I prefer pretty good. I also enjoy 2 Crane Gunners to shoot at all of the infantry, because Crane Gunners are nuts against infantry. Alright, let's get rid of that shit. They underperform because you're paying for harmony. Yeah, there's no ranged cavalry to give the yin-yang bonus to other cav. You have to be near your archers. These are both interesting builds. I haven't seen a Skyjunk in a long time, but Commodinger's bringing it back. Ever since you couldn't manual fire it, people stopped taking it. But the last patch actually allowed you to start manual firing it again, so maybe we'll see it be good. 2 Peasant Archers, a bunch of Jade Warriors. We have 1 Longma Rider, double Terracotta Sentinel, and Miao Ying. I'm betting she has Regrowth and Earthblood. Ooh, she does, but she also has Talons of Night. It's a lot of spells. Jade Lancers beat Kislev's Lancers and are amazing roadblock. In my opinion, they perform quite well. Yeah, but I will shit on Kislev's Winged Lancers anytime I see them. I think they're a terrible unit. I hate them with a passion, so it's not a huge argument for me. Fucking Winged Lancers. Ah! I also don't really like the Griffin Legion, but they're slightly better. Anyway, Nurgle has 5 Forsaken, 5 Nurglings, 4 Furies, 1 Soul Grinder, and a Herald Nurgle of Nurgle up in the sky with, it looks like, Rancid Visitations? Why? Why do you have that spell? No! Then Stream of Corruption and Fleshy Abundance. Why do you have this spell? Rancid Visitations is terrible, dude. Oh, I'm so upset. I'm the big upsetty spaghetti. Alright. Hold on. While Nurgle advances slowly, I have to check on the Veterans Tournament. Zep, since you're in chat, remember to check into the Veterans Tournament. The rest of them I'm going to message right now. Ah, dick. Alright, Furies are moving in. They are not going to have a good time at all versus those Longma Riders, which is why recently in this matchup as Nurgle, I've been struggling in it, so take it with a grain of salt, but I have been taking Fate of Buna to deal with the Longma Riders. 1 good Fate of Buna plus an attack from a Chaos Fury can take out a Longma Rider, which I find to be worth it, but again, I've been struggling in this matchup, so maybe you shouldn't take my advice. Miao Ying's Wrath of the Storm buff, giving about 60 melee attack to the Great Longma Riders, and Commodiner does... Wait, this is Loopy. Oh, I had the sides mixed up. Okay, this is Loopy, I see. Loopy's Nurgle Herald is stuck. Doesn't look like he can really get out. The Longmas are beating the absolute shit out of him, and while he can heal, you still really don't want to take that damage at all, obviously. because it just gets you closer to your healing cap. Skyjunk is out here doing his best, and meanwhile the Chaos Furies of Nurgle are diving the back line. Looks like they're trying to take out the Peasant Archers, but this one took any damage at all, so of course it's going to crumble away to nothing, and the other one is trying to get out. Really good trades for Cathay early on. They've already taken out 3 of the 4 Chaos Furies of Nurgle, and done a lot of damage to that guy. I think he's already healed once, because that's more health than I saw him have last time. Nurgles get charged by the Longmas. Don't think this is a great charge for the Longmas. And they did get Rancid Visitations. That was 16 Winds of Magic. It was even more, actually, because it was upgraded. It did, like, 0 damage. I hate that spell. It's a terrible spell. Never take that spell. So bad. It's like Spirit Leech, but it costs twice as much. Miao Ying is getting some free charges onto Forsaken. There's not a lot of mass Nurgle can use to keep her there or punish her in any way. Even if they had their cavalry, then the Nurgle Toads are really bad at punishing Miao Ying for anything she wants to do. So that's just not a viable solution. Longmas are chasing off the last of the Chaos Furies of Nurgle, though they did successfully kill a bunch of Peasant Archers. Now even if these guys come back, they only have 32 models out of their original 120. So their volume of fire is way down. They won't do too much, even if you let them fire for the rest of the game. Miao Ying routes off of Forsaken. Crumbles away a Nurgling. Skyjunk is firing down on more Forsaken, and Nurgle is in really, really bad shape. And I gotta get the people to check into their thing. Rend. Yang. Raced. Don't forget to check in today. Okay. They're all caught up. Nurgle has now collided with the front line. The Soul Grinder of Nurgle's in the back. He's almost out of ammo, and he's been firing this whole time. It looks like he's been doing okay work. I'm usually pretty negative on the Soul Grinder of Nurgle, but he's been doing okay this game, it looks like. I don't know what's going to be able to kill the double Terracotta Sentinel. Yeah, I just don't know. Nurglings and Forsaken sure as hell aren't going to do it. A single Soul Grinder isn't going to do it, especially with Miao Ying supporting the double Terracotta Sentinel. I just don't think Nurgle has the tools left to win this game. Eh. Chat, Kislev horses sucks. Spend all their time training the bears instead. This is the weirdest Nurgle build you've ever seen. It was an interesting one. I kinda get it, but it did struggle. I didn't get some of the spell choices, as I've made very clear. I mean, what Loopy's build did very well was take out all the infantry. The problem is the big single entities, but that is always the problem for Nurgle in this matchup. Big single entities, cheap spears, cheap archers. I don't know. In my experience, it's one of the really bad Nurgle matchups. Like, this and Tzeentch are pretty terrible for him. But I don't know. I'd be curious to see what Llama usually does in this matchup, or how it goes for him, because he's been having success as Nurgle. Technically a rule break by Cathay until Longma started attacking at the start. Skyjunk can't fill attacking. Oh. True, but it was a pretty minor lapse. Which I guess is how underactive is. Me, hubby, I will kill the double Terracotta Sentinel. Good. Do it. Nurgle really doesn't have many good matchups, though. Let's see. Nurgle versus Ogres, I have not had a lot of experience in, but I would presume it's Ogre favored. Presume. But I haven't had a lot of experience in that one. And then I know Khorne and Slaanesh are both extremely Nurgle favored, and then, in my opinion, Cathay and Tzeentch are both pretty strongly favored against Nurgle. And then, honestly, some people would say Kislev's good against Nurgle, but I've been doing okay in that matchup. So I think that one's a little closer to even, but probably Kislev favored. Ah! Slaanesh! Get out of here! Nurgle versus Nurgle, Nurgle versus Slaanesh. Rancid visitations again. It just does no damage. It does 0 damage, and it's 16 goddamn Winds of Magic. That is so much Winds of Magic for how little that just did. I'm upset. Hold on, we're gonna stop watching this game just to figure out. Rancid Visitations is 16, upgraded to 24 to do that much. Or you could have fucking Lore of Death. Fate of Buna for 22, that just is better. Ugh, I hate it, it's a bad spell. Ooh, Soul Grinder of Nurgle getting some sick shots onto those Long Marauders. He's actually gonna rout them off too. That was pretty nice. But I mean, Miao Ying, Double Terracotta Sentinel, and the Skyjunk to buff them up are still here. They're chilling. Waiting, watching. Cyrus and Chad ignoring the Slanesh bots. Yeah. I wonder how Nurgle would do into Norska. I think Norska would do well, because Norska could take 6 skirmish cav. I feel like they'd be fine. Soul Grinder of Nurgle somehow missed like every single shot onto that Jade Warrior. That was kind of weird looking. Skyjunk has 0 ammunition left. Miao Ying is here fighting the Soul Grinder. Nurgle is chasing off the Great Long Marauders. But there's nothing left, my lord. There's nothing left for you here. Checking in on the veterans to see if any of them checked in. They didn't. How is the veteran tournament having less check-ins than the newbie tournament? You guys are supposed to be veterans. You're supposed to know how this works. Come on. Get it together. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Alright. Miao Ying's killing a bunch of Nurglings. She's kind of losing the fight to the Soul Grinder, but at any moment she could turn to human form and heal herself right back up. So, I think that's why Cummerdinner's fine taking this damage. Terracotta Sentinels are waddling over, deciding it's maybe their time to get involved in the fight. Last of the Forsaken are routing off, Nurglings are crumbling. And Cathay is getting close to outnumbering Nurgle with better single entities, and that's got to be the GG. Nurglings are gone. Forsaken are routing. Alright, Cathay outnumbers Nurgle now. How isn't this army losses, actually? Does it really believe in a Soul Grinder with no ammunition that much? According to the balance of power, this Soul Grinder is going to 1v4 all this shit. Oh, the Longmas are back. 87 HP on those Longmas. Beautiful. Just gorgeous. Forsaken a routing, Locus of Fecundity, Nurgle's trying to heal up. Younging's still dueling with this Soul Grinder. The Nurgle Lord is going to try and fight the Skyjunk, and God, I wouldn't be surprised if he lost to the Skyjunk in melee. I just wouldn't. This is the end, ladies and gentlemen. How is the balance of power getting better for Nurgle? I'm so confused. Like, the Herald of Nurgle is making 0 progress on a balloon, and the balance of power is like, maybe he's got it. Maybe if he 1v1s the balloon and almost wins, maybe he can come down here and fight the real units. Fucking Talons of Night. Why? Just turn Miao Ying into a human and healer. That'll cause army losses. Whatever. Soul Grinder's crumbling away and the balance of power is still like, Nurgle's baby got it. How? Literally how? Oh, God. Balance of power, you're a real piece of shit. But the balance of power hates Khorne. Whenever Khorne's in a game, Khorne, like, the game starts, and it's like, army losses for Khorne. It's right around the corner. It's GG. But Nurgle has literally a spellcaster who can't do anything, and it's like, maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope to be 2 full health Terracotta Sentinels into half health Meowing. Fuck you, Bounce Power. You're an idiot. Alright, GG. Soul Grinder of Nurgle did fine. Caster Lord actually did pretty well too. Nice job, nice job. Forsaken all got Shrek'd. Furies of Nurgle got Shrek'd. And Nurglings got murdered. Meowing 5,000 value. Skyjunk about 2,000, 1,600 for the Longmas. Neither of the Terracotta Sentinels did very much, but they didn't really have to. They just were there. And Nurgle deleted all of the Cathay infantry pretty easily. But it is extremely cheap, so no one cares. I'll catch up with chat in a second, but I just want to show you something. Hold on. So I made a video recently, but like, Nurgle just pisses me off. I made an entire video about why Nurgle's army abilities sucks, but here's another one. I'm fighting Cathay here, and I have some Nurglings whose flag is right next to the rest of my forces. I use Fecundity on them, the Nurgle second tier army ability. Look at that shit! It spreads to none of my units, because for some reason, some of them are over here fighting these archers, but there's plenty of the Nurglings here. It doesn't spread to any of those guys! Fecundity doesn't spread to them. It's like target fecundity, ladies and gentlemen. The fucking flag was right next to all my units. Half of my Nurglings were next to all the rest of my units. I used fecundity on them because they were like crumbling or something, and I needed them. They were the only unit I had left to chase the Cathay archers. The Forsaken were too slow. So I wanted to use fecundity on them for sure, and then have it spread to the Festering Stooges and the other Plague Bears and Forsaken and stuff. If I could, it's like, okay, the Nurglings are the most important right now, but the other stuff would be nice. It didn't spread to fucking anything. So I burned a tier 2 army ability on a single unit. But like, the Nurgle army abilities are so trash. Like, the tier 3 one does no damage. To armored or unarmored units, it just does nothing. And its spread is so small that they have to be literally standing on top of each other. It doesn't do anything compared to like the Sword of Khorne or the Firestorm of Tzeentch. It's fucking terrible. And then even the tier 2 ability, which looks okay, it's like, no, your units have to be standing directly on top of each other. All completely on top of each other. Because even if they're right next to each other, as we just fucking saw, if half the unit is fighting something else and the other half is right next to you, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because only the half the unit that's super far away counts to spread for some fucking reason. It's so bad. So Nurgle's only armor ability that's any good is Curse of the Slug, in my opinion. It's the first tier one. And even then, it's like the spread isn't for sure, but you can just use it as a single target slow. And then it's still worth it. But man, fuck the Nurgle army abilities. It feels like they had a pretty cool idea with like, oh, well, it's like a disease. Haha, it spreads like a disease because Nurgle's a disease. I'm like, all right, but did you do it right? Nah. We didn't do it right. Well, then don't do it. If it's going to be a pain in the ass, not work, and just piss me off, then don't do it. That's how I feel. Big Angie. Gotta join the gang and spam an SEM, it seems. Maybe. Cyrus, what is this? This is in your chat, by the way. I see that too, and I have no idea what's going on with that, Cyrus. The flavor spacers. Checking in on the veterans tournament. Alright, so people are checking in. We still need Magic Yang, Rinless, and WWD to check in, but 10 minutes till that tourney starts. We're doing good. Meanwhile, Golden Floof has advanced. I'll take you with me. Let's go take a look. Golden Floof advanced over Geraldo, and Mr. E.T. beats Samarek. Interesting. Mr. E.T. I've never heard of Mr. E.T., as we talked about at the start of the stream. But Samarek's not a bad player. So that's interesting that he got a 2-0. I would like to see this individual. I'll see if I can hop in on their game too. Because they're just starting now. Would be interested to see that. Swarv and Palpatine still going back and forth. Mr. Teufel eagerly awaiting his next victim. Though that is going to be tough. Neither of these players is one you want to fuck around with too much. Looks like we have Cathay versus Kislev on the other screen. I'll take you there in a second. Alright. Where was I with chat? I think Norse go do well versus Nurgle with skirmish cav spam and jabs and hunters and infantry. Some big monsters Nurgle can't deal with. Cyrus. Yeah, Cyrus and Zep, you're both bringing up really good points. I actually think Norse go do very well into Nurgle. Mammoths could be pretty good. Wouldn't skin wolves be completely uncontested? Does Nurgle have any fire damage to reduce their healing? Because I feel like skin wolves might just tear apart the entire Nurgle roster. A burning head from Shaman. Yeah, they have fire. Oh man, Norska would have a great time. Matthew Coffin, you haven't played Warhammer in near like a month and a half. Well, don't burn yourself out on it before Game 3 gets Immortal Empires. That'd be the thing. Is if you're taking a break from Warhammer, I would just take a break all the way up till Immortal Empires and come back when the scene's hot. Would be my opinion. Slash's act this day. E. Does the Sword of Khorne count as a spell damage for spell resistance? I actually don't know, Virtual Magi. I have no idea. Loopy got to join the gang and spam SEMs, it seems. Yeah. Yeah, Nurgle just can't deal with those guys without... Exalted Plague Bearers can do okay, because their grenades in mass can just kill a lot of stuff. Do not mods see the weird spacing? I don't know. I can see them, but I own this channel. Zap, why aren't you a mod? Be a mod. Boom. Is it bad for Kislev? No, I think this matchup's pretty even, actually. It's a pretty good one. Rinless used to do a whole lot of like kamikaze throwing Kossovite dervishes into the enemy line to shut down cannons back when the cannon bug existed. So that made it pretty hard for Cathay. But since the cannon bug's been largely fixed, this matchup is usually like, is Kislev going to go for chariot and cav spam? Or are they going to go for archer and infantry spam? In which case Cathay is like, well, do we do pike and shot? Or do we do, you know, our own cavalry and single entity stuff to fight the chariots? Because that's what kind of... I like this matchup. I think it's pretty even. But it's like, if you go Terracotta Sentinel to fight the chariots, and maybe Miao Ying or Zhao Ming or something like that, and then some Jade Lancers, and then like a couple archers or whatever, but then the Kislev forces go for a shit ton of Kossars, armored Kossars, and all that stuff. Your big Terracotta Sentinels are just going to get shot. Yeah, and all that kind of thing. But then like, other way around is if you go with enough shooting to outshoot Kislev, and they go 2 or 3 chariots that are just going to roll through your back line constantly and disrupt all your shooting, and then Zargard are going to beat down your front line, it can be pretty tough. Sorry, I got distracted by chat for a second and lost my train of thought there. Nope, and the Shaman could give Flaming Sword to Skin Wolves, really rip Nurgle demons apart. Yeah. Wouldn't be 100% surprised if even with Skin Wolves, Fire Magic, and Mammoth, Norska still shits the bed. Yeah. He went Tzeentch and Kislev, no bans in the last round. Yar. It's interesting that you would pick Kislev and Cathay when you have Tzeentch on the table. I've actually been losing as Cathay to Tzeentch recently. Some people have been buttering my bread with that Exalted Lord of Change. Chariots get fucked by cannons, especially with slows. The mod showed it after I sent the messages. E. Cathay versus Kislev and Tzeentch. Maybe. Maybe I'm out of touch. Maybe Cathay is OP versus Kislev. I don't know. Heart of Winter has still been extremely punishing for me in this matchup. 5 minutes left on check-ins for the veteran tournament. We have 5 chickens right now. So we'll see if WWD, Rinless, Magic Yang show up or not. I updated the scorecard here, right? Yep, 1-1. Who dares ping me? Heir of Carthage. Campaign things. No. No, this isn't right. Alright, blocker, get out of here. Shoo. So Kislev in this variant went with the Chariots and Zargard. Not exactly spam, there's also Little Grom. I know a lot of the GGX players were big fans of Little Grom early on in Warhammer 3, and I haven't seen a lot of it recently. I never fully signed on to the Little Grom hype, but what they usually try to make it do is one Little Grom can beat one cannon by shooting the actual cannon models, and it takes them all out. And then your cannon has most of its ammo and its crew, but no cannons left to actually shoot. So that's kind of the thought behind it. I haven't really noticed it be that devastating, especially because Little Grom is more expensive. Hopefully I lose so I can play the other tourney. Loopy, you'd have to check in the next 3 minutes. Loopy, no! Anyway. So aside from Little Grom, we do have the double heavy war sleds. We have a bunch of armored Kossars and Zargard across the front line. Then a back line of Kossars with spears. And I think that's about it. Yeah, pretty simple build. Zarina Katarin, Heart of Winter, and Frostfang and Stand Your Ground. No Patriarchs. There's no healing for these sleds for Commodore. Very interesting. Loopy's build, we have double cannons. No Crane Gunners. Crane Gunners are excellent against the Zargard, so I worry. But I guess we do have Celestial Dragon Guard. Maybe they'll do okay into the Zargard. Maybe. 1 Celestial Dragon Crossbowman, so not a lot of shooting. So this build, in the example of what we were talking about, I feel like Loopy's current build would struggle against a Pike and Shot Kislev build. No Chariots. It is a weird build, so the Chariots will be fine here, but anyway. A more traditional thing that would beat it, in my opinion, would be no Chariots, no Zargard, just a crap ton of armored Kossars, Kossars or Spears, Streltsy, and you walk up, you focus fire down the Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen, you shoot the cannons, and then you pick apart the front line and kind of kite them. It can be pretty devastating, but these are very diverse builds from both players, so certainly not what you would normally see as the meta here. Dragonblooded Shugi Lord on foot. It's bold. Warhammer 2 veterans aren't that into Warhammer 3 meta. Scare me. They'll bring unusual builds and have amazing micro. That sounds like Loopy. Sounds like the old Loopster. Does what he wants and just plays well. And that is something to be said about the meta, where the meta is the most effective playstyle, but if you're playing rock, paper, scissors, if someone brings a rock to a scissors party, they're still going to win. So if you bring in the meta and they take something that they want to, but it just counters the meta because it's really strange, it's like, well, they can win that way. Little Grom Cannonball, go! 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 Let's see. It already took out a Grand Cannon model, so that's the idea behind the Little Grom. The Little Grom chat enjoyers is they can just take out the cannons from far away. Hello, Daniel! Did you have fun at the wedding? I did. My brother was the best man, and he did well. He did great. It was nice. Oh, that shot goes a little bit wide, but every time the Little Grom actually hits, it'll take out a whole model. Hey! Bad, Slinish Bot. Bad. I am going to have to mute the game in a second. By that I mean click off the other screen to hit generate bracket for the other tournament. But thankfully we still have an artillery duel going on. This is why I didn't sign on to Little Grom meta. Because while I understand it, if your micro slips for even a second, Little Grom just gets pounded by cannons. And Loopy's Peasant Horsemen are going to fly out here, uncontested, and take him down. Cannon bolts sear in. Looks like they might have done a little bit of friendly fire. And it is noon. Zarina's coming in hot. Gotta do this quickly. Alright. Zep, if you're in the chat, can you ping the appropriate people and say the tournament's live? because I'm casting this game, but the tournament's live. I just generated a bracket for you people. Alright, Heavy War Sled takes a nasty double cannon volley, and it has no Patriarch to heal it up. Meanwhile, Jade Lancers are poking at their back, but I did mention that Jade Lancers are just not quite Chaos Knights, and this is why. Heavy War Sleds can easily path through them, no issues there whatsoever. Zarina tried to cast Frostfang onto Celestial Dragon Guard, and they did dodge. Nice dodge from Loopy. It's not a huge deal, as Frostfang doesn't even cost Winds of Magic, and it doesn't do that much damage in the first place. Heavy War Sleds are completely mucking up the Cathay backline, as we can see, and Jade Lancers are really incapable of stopping them from doing what they want. They're not even going to take that much damage. Now, there's no healing for them, so all this punishment they took on the advance is going to hurt a lot. And these guys are stuck in Celestial Dragon Guard, which are not fucking around. So these Heavy War Sleds do have to get moving. As Llama recently sent me a video, Heavy War Sleds do not fight Grand Cannons well at all. Still need to avoid that. Quick Overcasted Heart of Winter is going to hit a nice Kislev blob. Sorry, Cathay blob. But Loopy is quick to run away, and since it's cavalry that were in the blob, they can easily get outside of the circle. No problem. Meanwhile, Kislev is lining up to shoot. Cossars of Spears and Armored Cossars are doing great. Firing in here, but it's almost only Zargard who are actually in the fight. Zarina herself is going to run over and try to compromise the cannons. These Heavy War Sleds are still pushing through and being a real pain in the ass. This is how the meta traditionally was the rock, paper, scissors of... Do you bring Terracotta Sentinels and Miao Ying to stop the sleds, or do you anticipate I have a bunch of infantry? Is because these sleds can be so fucking annoying if you don't have a Sentinel or a Dragon Lord. Commodore is still trying to path out. God, can you imagine if there was a Patriarch here to heal these things up? They would be doing so much work. Commodore is actually ahead on the damage value, behind on the balance of power, and I would tend to agree. Little Grob is still alive back here. He has one leadership fighting these peasant horsemen. That's pretty hilarious. Go, Little Grom, go. Meanwhile, Celestial Dragon Guard is surrounding the Zarina, who needs to get out of here. She struggles against even peasant long spearmen, much less the Celestial Dragon Guard. And Commodore is working his way inwards, cutting down Cathay infantry as he can. Peasant horsemen having a tough time against the Heavy War Sleds. Heavy War Sleds are going to path out of them, but these Jade Lancers are getting a little bit of poke damage in, and even the Kislev passive is popped for these Heavy War Sleds. They're still at 6 out of 8 models, though, overall. It's fine. It's fine. Zarina's fighting some Grand Cannons. She needs to continue to avoid the Celestial Dragon Guard, and it looks like the Shugi Lord on foot is going to get a little closer to her. It's close battle moving in. The Armored Cossars are out of ammunition, so they should move into melee combat, which they will win quite handedly. If these Heavy War Sleds can see the Celestial Dragon Guard in the woods, they should go fight them, especially to try and avoid these Grand Cannons that are now pivoting to fight them. Zargard's going to easily cut through the Peasant Long Spearmen and maybe get onto the cannons as one of the other cannons has routed. That would be quite good for them. I think this is a big build mistake from Commodore. Just having 0 healing from the Kislev roster. You can see he's suffering for it. His Zarina's already at 1/3 HP. His chariots are all poked down. I liked the idea of what he was trying to do. I would have cut the Little Grom for a Patriarch. And while it's boring and simple and we see a lot of it, there's a reason we see a lot of it. Healing on this roster is extremely, extremely needed. It's 7 p.m. Sure. Why is the Demon Prince called Daniel in the meme community? I don't know why. You would have to ask Hammond, if you see Hammond in the chat ever. Hammond's pretty up-to-date on the memes. Zarina's still fighting. This is an awfully close game. You're both way off. It's 2:30 in the morning. It's 2:30 in the morning? Why? How are you getting 30 minutes out of any of this? Ancestral Warrior summoned from the Dragon Blooded Shugen Lord of Yin. Huh. That's interesting. Cannon's still trying to get their freedom. We do have Cossars with Spears running around after Jade Warriors. Armored Cossars have rallied and come back. Celestial Dragon Guard are decisively losing to Zargard, so we've solved that once and for all. And my heart is telling me that Cathay is going to win this one, because it just looks like Kislev's too tattered. But everywhere I look, Cathay units are running. These Heavy War Sleds are just raffle stomping over the back line. You guys played Vermin Type 2 at European times? Champion, not Chad difficulties? I usually play on Champion or Legend, usually. But I have friends who are really good at the game, so I think, like, if it was me in 3 AI, I'd probably have to go to Legend. Not Legend, have to go to Champion, but usually I play with people who are pretty good. Adelaide is 9 plus 30 GMT. I didn't even know you guys did like 30-minute increments. I thought everything was by the hour. This other Grand Cannon takes a couple pot shots from the heavy war sled, and the rifles of these Kislevites is actually taking out an entire cannon model. Interesting. Alright, thanks Zep. Thanks for getting that other tournament started. Nice heavy war sled use from Commerdinner. Really chasing down all these units, and they're just so wounded, but they're barely hanging on. It looks like this cannon crew is actually going to get routed off as well, which is pretty big. Zareen is avoiding the Shugi Lord, and all across the map, Cathay is running out of gas. They really just have their Shugenin Lord. That's about it. Celestial Dragon Guard. These guys are decently healthy. They're fighting a lot of armored Kossars, though. And there's more armored Kossars. There's more Zargard coming. The Tsarina maybe has another Heart of Winter in her back pocket. Not Overcast, but a Heart of Winter in general would do good damage to Celestial Dragon Guard. These Kossars or Spears need to stop wasting their ammunition on Jade Warriors that are almost dead and instead turn them on the Celestial Dragon Guard just for a little bit of poke damage. But I do think, I think Kislev's got this one in the bag, you guys. Looking for friendly neighbors and friendly games. Perfect from trying to level up Kerillian. Kerillian's pretty fun. I think my favorite characters would go Saltspire, Barden, Kerillian. But my best would be Barden because he's extremely easy. And then Kerillian and then Saltspire. But enjoyment-wise, I'm a Saltspire main all the way because his fucking voice actor is so good. So good. Usually play with Koops and or Kiara. It's a good group. Imagine Kiara joining at those casting those noises again. To the Discord? To my Discord? Why do you want to join? Well, there's my Discord. I don't know if you're talking to me or them. If you were talking to them, they're both mods, so they can drop whatever link they need. Kislev is finally ahead on the balance of power for the first time all game. These heavy war sleds charge into the Shugi Lord, but she gets a nice melee attack onto them, plus some of their Kossars did some friendly fire, and they will rout. But it is really just a Shugi Lord here. And Cathay is, I think Cathay's going down. And you all doubted me, saying this is one of Kislev's worst matchups. This is, oh, Kislev can't win it. Oh, all this stuff. Well, I told you. They have some good tools. Especially if Cathay doesn't have, like, an extremely optimal build, they can really struggle with the fucking heavy war sleds. No! No! Best Barden is Slayer. I will take no questions or arguments. I usually play Ironbreaker if I'm going to play him, and then I just tank and the world watches me wait out its pathetic attempts. An Overcast Heart of Winter does hurt the Tsarina a little bit, but that's going to do a ton of damage to Celestial Dragon Guard, officially taking them off the map. And it is just a Shugi Lord! Can just the Shugi Lord beat 300 angry Kislevites? The answer is no. Especially because there's still some Zargard in here, and that bitch is on foot. Not today. Not today. Standard Ground is even cast on these Zargard, giving him 74 melee defense. They're poking. They're poking that lady down. For postscriptum. Also, I'm not the horny one, you are bot. Yeah. Alright, she's officially surrounded. Now she's taking some damage. For a little bit there, she actually wasn't taking any damage. Are they swinging? Okay, they're swinging, kind of, slowly. Slowly. But there's too many armored Kossars. There's no way. Ironbreaker, Merc, or Grail are my favorite classes currently playing Warrior Priest. Warrior Priest is pretty fun. I don't have some of the DLC that like gives you like the Troll Hammer Torpedo or anything. I don't have any of that stuff. Hey, that's me. You might be wondering how I got here. Well, it's a long story. Start of a new sitcom. How I Met Your Shugi Lord. You bought Grail Warrior and Warrior Priest at the sale? Yeah. I have all the classes, just not all like the extra weapons. I think the Grail Knight's pretty neat. I'm bad at him, but he's pretty neat. Warrior Priest is fun. He's cool. The Engineer Barden is very fun, but he's usually a detriment to his team, which is kind of funny in its own way. And then the mage version of Carillion is my least favorite. I acknowledge she's like good and stuff. I just don't really like her conceptually. Don't like Sienna at all. I keep dying, especially for playing a legend. I also really don't like Sienna. I have some friends that like Sienna, but I just don't. Just never tickled my fancy. Okay. 1 second. Mr. Teufel, if you're still in the chat, your opponent's looking for you. Okay. Yeah, he messaged. He's fine. We're all fine. Shugi Lord got 1,700 gold value even while on foot. Dragon Lords. Celestial Dragon Guard almost paid for themselves, which is more than I would have expected. Cannons did really well. Jade Lancers struggled. Jade Warriors struggled. Peasant Horsemen did pretty good overall. And Peasant Longspears got murdered by Hearts of Winter. The Tsarina, 1,300 value. Honestly, would have thought she got more. Heavy War Sleds both did excellent work, even after being shot, which is usually why you need a Dragon Lord or a fucking Sentinel, something to chase them down, because they're so hard to lock in place. I thought he was a Chad. I thought the Warrior Priest was also a Chad. What? Zep, what are you talking about? Dominating my stepsister. That's a lobby. That right there, that's a lobby. Played Slaanesh, barely lost, but at least I had fun. Slaanesh has a very hard time winning. They really do. I kind of want to see Mr. E.T. and Golden Floof. But Mr. Teufel and Swarv are just about to open up a lobby. So that would be smarter. But I really want to see Mr. E.T. and Golden Floof. So if their lobby appears in front of me for their second game, I will join that. Otherwise, we'll watch Mr. Teufel and Swarv. But I want to see who this Mr. E.T. person is. What happening with the other tourney I checked in? It doesn't, it's on my screen it says you didn't check in, my lord. Here, Loopy. At the very bottom there you can see it says Loopy checked in, no. So I don't know what was going on there. I don't know. Raced, Chosen One, Matthew, Llama, and then Zep has a bye round. Don't know what's happening there. As for this one, we are up here. Mr. Teufel and Swarv. Commodore has advanced. Mr. E.T. and Golden Floof are fighting. So we will see. Escalcade. Checked on that. Need a blocker back up. And I'll update the scorecard in a second. Just getting caught up on things. I saw the lobby Hilter a while ago, and that's quite the name as well. Oh, I see. It says yes if you reload, but after the bracket was formed. That is so weird. I brought it up to my Packmaster chat. My Packmasters are my Discord helpers. Hold on. Yeah. So anyway, I asked my Packmasters if I should just host stuff on Challenge again in the future. Because we've had some issues with the turn site. And like, I don't want to just shit talk the turn site. Challenge has its fucking issues. But the thing is, we've used Challenge for years, so I've dealt with all the issues before and I know how to handle them. The turn site's new, and I don't really know what to do with it. And the problem, like, on the admin side of the Turn website, there's so many things that I can do that like, Llama signed up for 2 tournaments accidentally. He wanted to sign up for the veteran one, he signed up for the new player and the veteran one. So to take him out of the new player one, I deleted him from it. And it deleted the entire page, and I had no idea why. So I reverted back to a backup of the tournament, and then the tournament was working. So I just told Llama, I was like, just don't check it. I can't remove you without deleting the whole tournament. I don't know why. So, I don't know. Like, but then F&G brings up a good point where he says, which do you think is going to be the tournament website going forward? Because you should learn that rather than divide the community. So he brings up a good point, but like, a part of me would say, well, I would think Challenge. Like, if I had a vote between the two, and this is no shot against Turin at all, but I would prefer Challenge because it seems to just be more together. But maybe Turin's site will get better than Challenge over time. I don't know. But right now, it's been frustrating to get through some of the technical issues. And again, before, like, someone goes over to Turin, it's like, Humbo is shit-talking you. It's like, setting a website is fucking hard. Like, there's a lot of bugs and shit you have to work out, but I don't know. They did their pick and bans, so I can read that off in a second. I am just getting caught up on some things. All right, so Loopy is playing Zep offline, and whoever wins that will play in the tournament thingy. Cool. Mr. Teufel and Swarv. Mr. Teufel starts off with Kislev, bans Nurgle, and Swarv is going to go Ogres. So we have Kislev versus Ogres. First time seeing Ogres today. Still a work in progress site. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Tian. It's hard not to sound like you're just like shitting all over it. Anticity is a programmer, right? Oh, of course. Maybe Anticity is behind the Slaanesh bots. You don't know. Turn site is the domination mode of tourney sites. Potentially good, but currently not. God damn, Loopy. I think the easiest way to sum up Turn's site right now is when stuff is working, it's really nice and better than Challenge. The only thing that comes up is if you have to, like, edit a score or remove someone from the tourney or put someone in the tourney who checked in but there was like a problem. All that stuff, like, whenever shit goes off the rails, it feels like the site is much less amiable than Challenge was. But it's hard to plan for the mistakes. Like, it's hard to program around the mistakes. I don't know. CA is also kind of backing the Turin site, so I have to imagine that it's going to be used in the future. Also, we currently have 2 empty player slots in this lobby, so I think those will have to get deleted, but I don't believe it'll let Mr. Teufel start the game with empty slots, so I think they will figure that out on their own. Ogres versus Kislev is an interesting matchup. I haven't played it at all on the newest patch. I used to play a good amount of it on the previous patch because it was a fun one. I like taking Grease's Gold Tooth here. Unironically. He could outduel any of the Kislev lords and he could like 3-shot a Patriarch. And their stupid healing bear blob or whatever they normally did. Greases would just slap the healer to death instantaneously. It was cool. Just after Slaanesh won, the Slaanesh bots came to celebrate. Yeah. Alright. Swarv's ready. What does he have under here? That is a bold build. That is a bold build. What do we have up here? That's a bold build. Okay. I think everybody's going to be happy. Cool, cool, cool. I'm going to go to the bathroom while Mr. Toyful ready's up, BB. I forgot all my hats are in the wash and it makes me sad. Alright. If I press hide user on this channel option, does that block the post from... Block the bot from posting at all? Yes, I believe it does. That's also what I do, but it's not perfect. Hi, Hazel. Hey, buddy. Hazel was hanging out with her mom, but it looks like her mom went upstairs to play games with her sister. Is your mom playing Stardew with her sister? Does that leave you all alone? Are you an all-alone puppy who is slowly pushing me on my rolling chair away from my desk? Are you an all-alone puppy? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pushing me away. You're pushing me away. Hazel Basil, I think it's time to give you your new rabbit toy that we've been holding on to until you got sick of your other toy. Would that be entertaining while Dad finishes his stream? Would that be entertaining? Let's go get it. Let's go get the rabbit toy. Let's go get the rabbit toy. Hey, Grace. Did you feed the dog lunch? Okay. Hazel, come here. Hazel. Hazel. I'll cast the game in a second. Hazel, Hazel, do you want a new rabbit toy? Alright. She's a happy pup. Well, okay. I'd prefer it if she chewed it in here where I could keep an eye on her. We'll see. Going blind here, no clue about the meta in Game 3. You got this, Mr. Toyful. So, sorry about that distraction. The players are just setting up. For Kislev, we have Armored Kossars, Zargard. We have Armored Kossars. Comes with Kossars with Spears and more Armored Kossars. Usually, Kossars with Spears are the best unit in this matchup because Ogres don't like ranged and Ogres don't like anti-large. Kossars with Spears have both for 500 gold. We have a Patriarch. Boris Ursus is, I think, the best Lord for this matchup. I really do like him here. He's a great duelist. Frostmaiden of Tempest with Hailstorm and Hawks of Miska. I don't like this spell. I really don't, but Ogres is the one faction in this game I could actually see it being good against, so I'll give them that. And then a Snow Leopard. For the Ogres, we have Grease's motherfucking Gold Tooth. He's here. The boy is back. Great duelist versus any of the Kislev characters. 65 melee attack. Bonus versus large, that is pretty significant. It's 25 bonus versus large, so against any Kislev Lord that's not on foot, that's going to be 90 melee attack. Then he has Horde Master, giving leadership to nearby ogres. He gives ITP to nearby ogres and damage resistance. He doesn't have a Scepter of the Titans. I usually like that, but it could be considered overkill. I really do like Rhesus here. He's not an amazing pick overall, but I think in this specific matchup, he is pretty serviceable, and I like what he brings. Other than that, we have Butcher of the Great Maw Hero, Troll Guts, Bone Crushers, and extra ingredients, all three very common on the Lord variant of this unit as well. And why I said you would probably like this build is we have a bunch of Mournfang Calves, Saber Tusks, Ogre Bulls, Man-Eaters with Iron Fists, more Man-Eaters, Iron Guts, Ogre Bulls. So it is a gosh darn Ogre Rush. And you'll love to see it. Teufel picks the best Kislev color scheme? Nah, dude, the OG Kislev color scheme is the best. By far. You're wrong, I'm right. Bing bong, your opinions are wrong. The Kislev build is nice. The Kislev build's nice. I think Kislev has an advantage here unless Rhesus gets on top of the Patriarch and insta-kills him. Because without healing, the Kislev build loses 100%. I also don't love the Frostmane of Tempest. The Hawks of Miska is risky, but I could see it working. I could see it. Don't love it. I understand it. Mournfang Cav are going to destroy the Snow Leopard on the charge, but they are right next to the white line, so I think Mr. Teufel's trying to get a quick pick where he can route something right off. That would be good, but as you can see, the Snow Leopard is having a whale of a time. And it is not Kislevite, quote-unquote. It is an animal, so it will just route. It doesn't get the unbreakable passive whatsoever. Stand Your Ground does keep it in the fight with some serious melee melee defense and leadership buffs. Meanwhile, the rest of the Kislev force is under duress with a shit ton of ogres slamming into them. Zargard fighting Man-Eaters. They already routed off the Noblars, but it doesn't look like that matters too much. Mournfang Cav are going to path past Boris and Snow Leopard. Now, if they route, they'll route inwards. That's a pretty good play over there. Ooh. Bone Crusher is going to demolish these Cossars with spears and does just a crap ton of damage. Meanwhile, the Butcher of the Great Maw is bodying the Frostmane of Tempest, who has to get out of there. Kislev is in dire straits. Everything is surrounding them. They are just having a terrible time. Boris, the Snow Leopard, and the Patriarch have returned to the main fight where they need to be, and they are still chewing on some Mournfang Cavalry. Ooh, yeah, this is tough. This is tough. The Ogres are slamming over the front line as you would hope they would do. No more of this double Stonehorn, no more kiting around, just good old Ogre slapping. Kislev's going down hard. They are about 2-to-1 outmatched on the damage value. Grease's Goldtooth is rolling around at the speed of sound. Got nowhere to go, got to follow his rainbow. If you get that reference, you had a good childhood. And there's not a whole lot to talk about here. It just was a complete Ogre massacre. Troll Guts even casting the Mournfang Cav that were beat up. Kislev throwing out some hailstorms. I don't know how much they can do. Alright, big sniping attempt onto Grease's Goldtooth. Is he going to fight his way out? He bonks that Snow Leopard into next week, immediately takes him out of the fight, and then he just turns around and tries to roll away for a second. Looks like he's actually going to stay and fight, though. He does need to get some solid hits onto Boris, or preferably the healer. And he's taking a good amount of damage himself. Hawks of Miska is cast, trying to rout off some of these ogres, but Greasus gives double leadership buffs, so I doubt that they will really rout from this. Greasus is getting his ass handed to him a little bit by Boris, who currently has all of his buffs popped. That is huge. So Greasus has none of his buffs, and Boris has all of his, is why he's losing this fight so badly. And he is trying to pull away. It looks like he's kind of stuck in combat. Yeah, he's trying to leave. But Troll Guts can cast on him easily enough. Now his Ogres, Iron Guts, and I think Man-Eaters, yeah, are all surrounding the Kislev Hero Squad. That'll take him down nice and quick. Frostmane of Tempest is staying safe. But that was a wildly effective Ogre build. I haven't seen anything like that in a while. Do leopards count as large entities? Yeah, they're large. They're large. And the leopard is dead. This is going to be a juicy hailstorm if there ever was one. That's a campaign level hailstorm. Hits the Noblars for a lot. Doesn't really do very much to the Ogres or the Saber Tusks. Greasus even gets a Troll Guts cast on him, and that might be the death knell here. They are large SEs, just not an SEM. Yes. Nice job, team, getting rid of that Slaneshi bot. And Kislev is going down. It looks like the Zargard really struggled to do very much. I'll have to see their values after the game, but my guess would be to... Ooh, actually, they did well better than I thought they would have. I'll check their values after the game. Probably replace your armored Kossars with Kossars or Spears. They're cheaper and will probably do more. And other than that, the Hawks of Misko is an interesting play, but I still think Blizzard is probably... Sorry, Heart of Winter is just going to be better at punishing what the Ogres want to do. But to be fair, I've never seen a build like that from the Ogres, and it was pretty disgustingly effective. So maybe Swarv just knows something the rest of us don't. Boris did fine, Patriarch did okay. Tempest Caster did alright too. Zargar both did okay. Leopard got murdered. Armored Kossars didn't get much done. Kossars or Spears didn't get much done either. And the Dervish got brutalized. Excuse me. Greasus did fine. Maniers with Iron Fist were real chads. Mornfang Cav, the basic Mornfang Cav did really well for once. Iron Guts did okay. Ogre Bulls, all did pretty well. You brought your rabbit here. I was just about to come track you down to make sure that you weren't, you know, being naughty. Saber Tusk did okay. Noblars died for the great cause. But that's the Ogre builds you love to see. Oh, did you take double Stonehorn and just run all over him? Wow, that's so interesting and amazing. It's like, nope. Give me some Ogres. Slam into a front line. GG. Swarv is a hell of an opponent. Ease. Oh, unit size wasn't ultra, it was large. Interesting. I didn't even notice. Do you think the Noblars are forced to eat their dead after every ogre fight? I don't think they're forced to do anything. I think the ogres probably want to eat the Noblar dead. Just dumpstered someone who draw kited him yesterday. First time it's happened, so vengeance is good. Good. Alright, hold on. What did you just send me? How to pick up a pet rat.
Hello, have you ever come across a non-wild rat and thought, wow, I really want to pick up this serotonin potato, but you don't do it because you don't know how? Well, welcome to How to Pick Up a Rat 101. Let's get into it. Scenario 1. A chunky girl has made her way over to you, and you give in to the urge to tug the tail. That will hurt the rat. Respectfully give the rat's tail a compliment and move on to try something else. Very elegant tail you have here, Miss Rat.
Thanks.
Scenario 2. You attempt a sneak attack from behind. This will spook the potato, so let's try something else. Gently offer your hand to the rat and wait while she conducts a vibe check. If she thinks you're cool enough to hang out with her, your hand will become the bridge to friendship. Or you can use the scoop method and kindly force your love upon the rat. For a mischievous potato, pick them up under the armpits and hold them up like they owe you money, because they will always owe you money. Congratulations! You have now learned multiple ways to pick up a pet rat. Now, get out there and try it yourself.
Thanks for watching.
I used to have pet rats. They were good. They were good. Sparky and Fuzzball were good rats. Alright, picks and bans are going to be Khorne, ban Nurgle, and Tzeentch. So we get Tzeentch and Khorne again. Which Loopy showed us this matchup earlier and showed how to win it with a more traditional what Tzeentch should be doing Tzeentch build. But again, the standard is usually spawn and Forsaken, just take the frontline fight and then win it with spell debuffs while Khorne can't offer any buffs to their side. You had one die and the other ate it in the night. Wasn't pleasant. Oh no! That's a tragedy, Rusty. That really is. Both of mine got cancer. Well, one was my brother's. So Fuzzball was my brother's and Sparky was mine. Fuzzball got cancer first. Yes. Fuzzball got cancer first. Then Sparky did. But Sparky died from her cancer before Fuzzball. And then Fuzzball lived for like another 3 weeks and then died. But they both lived to be about 2, which for rats is okay. Did you force your love on them? I did not. I did not. Sparky loved to do this trick where she usually... when I got my rat, by the way, I was like in 1st or 2nd grade. So if you're wondering why a girl net rat was named Sparky, 1, it could be named Sparky, fuck you. And 2, I was very young. So I named it before anybody asked me what the gender was. Anyway, but what Sparky, every day I would come home from school and take Sparky out of her cage and put her in, because I wore a hooded sweatshirt with a pocket usually, because I live in Minnesota, so it's cold like 7 months out of the year. So Sparky loved to ride around in my tummy pocket. She loved it in there. It was warm and cozy and nice. But if I wasn't wearing a hooded sweatshirt, she would also just like to sit on my shoulder. And if I ever stretched my arm out to my side, she would walk out to the tips of my fingers and then do a little flip off of the end. By a flip, I don't mean like an Olympic diver jump up and flip and then land. It was more of like walking out to the end of my fingertips and letting the front of her body fall as the back stayed on my hand. And then momentum does the rest. But it was still a flip. And I would train her to do that and then I would catch her. But the problem is when you teach her to do that, that's great. But then sometimes she'll just do it on her own. So like sometimes I'm playing a video game and I would just raise my arm, like, because I talk with my hands a lot. You know, I'd just raise my arm and be like, oh, what the fuck? And then I would feel Sparky start to go. And then I would have to like sit there and wait for her to do her trick so I could catch her. But like meanwhile on the screen, I'm like dying or whatever. I'm like, come on, hurry up. But I know she started the process, so I can't just not catch her or she's going to hurt herself. Away from my psychopath brother. Yeah. Alright, next to me, Hazel is tearing apart that new rabbit. She's already got all the fuzz out of it. Which is hilarious. Because we get these, like... We get the toughest toys we can find. The original Tuffy. Extremely durable, great for training. The world's toughest soft dog toy. Over time, this will start to show wear. Trim loose threads or loose material to avoid accidental ingestion. Tuffy are the world's most durable soft dog toys. They're built to withstand rigorous interactive play, not aggressive chewing. Yeah. 7 rows of stitching, 3 layers of material, protective webbing, squeaker safety pockets, whatever. All that shit. Well, come with me, friends. Remember, you were on the stream when I gave her the toy. Remember that. It was literally before the start of, like, the last game. Hey, Hazel! What you got there? What you got there? Oh, no! You've already gotten inside of it. Oh, it already has a hole in it. A hole in its little body. A hole in its little body. Hey, come here. Get that crap out of your mouth. That's why I wanted you to chew it in the same room as me, so I can keep an eye on your little pup. But say hi to the people. Hazel! Hazel, Hazel! Say hi to the people! You love destroying your toys! You love destroying your toys. I love you. Alright, go back to it, you little trooper. That's the life we live with Hazel. She has tons of hard toys. She can't destroy those as easily. She also has a latex one that's like, it stretches with her, so she can't destroy it, but... She loves soft dog toys, so whenever we get her one, it's just kind of like a... It's like a special treat, you know, where it's like, yeah, we don't pretend it's going to last very long. It's like just a $20, $25 to give her a day of pure joy. And then after that, it becomes a ragged strip of cloth that's just a tug toy from then on. But, you know, she enjoys it, so that's kind of the point, isn't it? There, camera's fine. All right, let's talk about this game. Jesus Christ, what's the bots? I don't know. They're crazy. So who's what? Swarv is Khorne. And if Swarv wins this, it's a 2-0. We have a Herald of Khorne. Oh, on the Blood Shrine. You never see that. Totem of Endless Bloodletting, I'm pretty sure is a Blood Shrine specific, so has 8 melee attack, 4 leadership. Then you have Gore Feast, so you get regen if in melee combat. And then Locust of Wrath. Interesting, if you're going to take the Blood Shrine for the AoE thing, you wouldn't take the Herald of Khorne's natural AoE thing. So not double AoE, just one. Anyway, very interesting pick to put him on that. Spawn of Khorne, looks like we have one of them. We have a Blood Crusher, that's the anti-infantry variant of the Khorne Cav. Bloodletters, Chaos Warriors, Chaos Warriors, Chaos Warriors, Chaos Warriors with Halberds, Fleshhound, and one Cultist with his summon. And then up on the ridge, we have more Fleshhounds, and a bunch of Chaos Warriors. A very weird Khorne build. A very weird Khorne build. I don't think it's going to work, but I do think it's interesting. For Mr. Teufel, we have a Herald of Tzeentch, Metal, Final Trans, Plague of Rust, and Searing Doom. No Blue Fire. Blue Fire would be invaluable this game to just instantly take down that Herald of Khorne on his very expensive mount, but there is not one. We have Forsaken. We have 4 Blue Horrors, 2 Pink Horrors, Flamers of Tzeentch, and we have double Doom Knight. Interesting Tzeentch build. I would probably, in the future, if you watch this back, cut the Pink Horrors and get some spawn or get more frontline, because this is a lot of shooting that you can't protect. Bloodshine is very good against Tzeentch sniping. Is it? Palpatine? I thought it would just be a bigger target to take that damage, because it does have 110 armor, but that doesn't usually save the Herald of Khorne. Even when he's on his Rhinoceros, he has a lot of armor. It doesn't help him. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to see a Highlander tourney limit 1 of anything. We could. I haven't done a lot of thematic tourneys like I used to, because one, those had pretty shit signups, but also because Warhammer 3 is new enough and there's not a lot of people hosting tournaments, so there's not a lot of people getting burnt out on Warhammer 3 tournaments, because not a lot of people are playing in them to get burnt out, if that makes sense. But we could. Doom Knights of Tzeentch, diving down onto Blood Crushers on a flank. It looks like they are going to do pretty well, and Fleshhounds are getting destroyed while trying to fight these Pink Horrors. Meanwhile, Furies are diving down, but usually Pink and Blue Horrors can defend themselves against such things. I'm going to take Hazel's collar off, because that jingling might be a little loud. Come on, Pep. There you go, Pep. Sorry about that. This Khorne build is kind of standard. Really? Huh. I have not seen anything like this in my 17 years. It felt kind of like a one of everything build. So Suarve is moving in. His Herald of Khorne is doing well. That Bloodletter summon is getting insta-roasted toasted by the Flamers, but it's a summon, so who really cares? Bloodletter's having a bad time. Hazel is chewing on her little bunny. Pretty sure the sniping stuff is armor piercing, so not why Blood Shrine would be good. Blue Fire of Tzeentch technically isn't actually armor piercing. It just is good enough that it gets through it. Herald of Tzeentch with Metal is up in the sky. I haven't seen him cast a final transmutation. So far, I guess there hasn't been a blob blobby enough for him to blob punish the blob. Ooh, Searing Doom. That's going to be a good one. Look at it. Look at it. Get fucked, Chaos Warriors. In the backfield, Fleshhounds are crumbling. Blood Crushers. By the way, Blood Crushers are a demon unit. Skull Crushers are a mortal unit. I did not know that until recently, but yes, Skull Crushers can rout. Blood Crushers just disintegrate. That is going to be an overcast of Final Trans, I imagine. It is, and that'll do a little bit of damage to these units that are around the Herald of Khorne, but it's really not going to do that much. Recently, I've been underwhelmed with it versus single entities in general, and this guy does have spell resist as part of his repertoire. Tzeentch is still slightly ahead on the gold damage value against Khorne, but Khorne is closing that gap rather rapidly. Some Blue Horrors have gotten off to the side, and they are now starting to fire in sideways onto the Chaos Warriors of Khorne. How are the Doom Knights doing? One Doom Knight is not having a good day at all, and the other one is still half health. Are these Bloodletters a summon? No, those are regular-ass Bloodletters who are around for the whole shebang. Cultist of Khorne is having a very bad time. It looks like the Herald of Tzeentch realizes this and is going to walk over here, maybe use the last couple shots on its chariot to just shoot him, but never mind, it's diving into melee. It does a janky flying animation, then kind of fucks up its landing and doesn't really get much of a hit on there. I do think Tzeentch is running out of gas to fight all these Khorne guys. Look at all these halberds left. Spawn are still left. Bloodletters. Herald of Khorne is pretty healthy. Herald of Tzeentch is trying to finish off this cultist while also getting a very nice Searing Doom, but Relentless Rage makes these guys unbreakable, and they can't lose models while it's active. So that Searing Doom had less of an effect than they wanted. Doom Knights get a nice side charge onto the Chaos Warriors of Khorne, will take them out. But it looks like the Herald of Tzeentch is stuck. Can't move out of the Chaos Warriors. Pops Opal Amulet quick to try and give it a little bit of tankiness, as the Blood Shrine will actually push it out of danger, and it now starts to get a little bit of a breakaway. Doom Knights pile in to really try and secure their Lord's safety, but they do need to retreat as quickly as possible to get away from the Chaos Warriors with halberds, especially ones that are buffed up by the Locust of Wrath. Is really, really going to make them a dangerous foe. Tzeentch is at about army losses as the last of the Blue Horrors disappears away. And the Doom Knights did surprisingly well. We saw Loopy use regular Chaos Knights of Tzeentch earlier. So clearly the Cavalry has some focus in this matchup, but the Pink Horrors really struggled. Like the Blue Horrors, they'd keep them, but probably cut the Pinks. It's just too much to defend, unfortunately. If you're going Lord Sniping versus Khorne, you would take the Burning Chariot. The Burning Chariots are weird, because I've struggled to win with them after Lord Sniping Khorne, because they're very good at Lord Sniping Khorne, and then it's like afterwards, you just kind of have nothing left. I think a variance would be fine, would be awkward for a lot of races if variant units weren't allowed. Like Spears and Swords, yeah. A big final trans after army losses is going to hit, but that'll be kind of a nice last middle finger from Mr. Teufel, as he nukes down a lot of Swarv's units. Kills off the Cultist. Kills off a lot of Chaos Warriors. And it was a good battle. It was a good battle. Am I a little dumb? Is this illegal? No. Okay. Sorry. Chosen was asking me about a build, so I was just answering that. Herald of Tzeentch did fine. 1800. Doom Knights did pretty well. I really liked the Doom Knights. Forsaken, still without spawn, also actually did quite well. Flamers had a tough time. Pink Horrors had a tough time. And Blue Horrors, of course, are going to get Shrek'd, but that's kind of their job. Herald of Khorne did alright. Blood Crushers did Cultists did fine. Blood Letters did great. Chaos Warriors hung on. Spawn did great. Fleshhounds did fine. And Furies did not too much. I would still say tabletop rules are the way to go. You get one faction with one army list, which you hand in the host at the beginning. Yeah. That can be fun. Good luck for the rest. Thank you, sir. You have a good one. It's cancer as fuck. What? Okay, hang on. Sorry, I have to check a rules thing. Hold on, everybody. Yeah, I don't care. Shush, shush. Okay. Cathay. Yeah. The war compasses aren't RSEs. All right. Okay, I'll caught up on everything. So where are we at? What's happening? What's going on? Where am I? Who's around me right now? Golden Floof awaits in the finals. We have Swarv and Cummer Dinner. Don't know who's going to host that one. And on the other side, what do we have? Matthew and Llama. And then Raced and Chosen One, though that just ended. How is Zep and Loopy doing? Access to every faction with all units. People just pick the best one. Definitely more than one army. I see. I don't know if Cummerdinner and Swarv are going to be able to host and invite me. Normally, both of them prefer somebody else host. But we will see. I will find you a game. Houseplant. Domination. Why is Houseplant playing Domination? Who plays bad game modes? Someone dominating his stepsister in Warhammer? Yeah, I saw that before. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Swarv said I can't spectate, so I guess I'm just shit out of luck. GG, sad days. Sigmar, Scott, Bog, Floof. Floof. I think that's Golden Floof. Llama's fighting somebody with no spectator slot. Otherwise we could join that. Is that from the other tournament? That's from the veteran tournament. Might be fighting Matthew. Zepp and Loopy are somewhere. Fighting something. I don't know what to do. I'll message somebody. 1 second. Where is that guy? There you are. Me and Llama cannot host you. Sorry, we're having connection issues. Got it. Good luck, Matthew. I know Llama sometimes has issues, but hopefully you guys can resolve them. So Cummerdinner is currently AFK, it looks like. Llama and...
Надвигаются еще. Прям ё-моё.
Oh, Cummerdinner's in the middle of the game. It looks like it's almost over.
Может вот так? Давайте-ка это. Рассос.
Alright. So he should be done soon. Sorry. He was in a free-for-all, and it was, like, literally ending as I checked in. As you kind of heard. There's a loopy lobby. We could see what's up with that. Sure. We just need a game. So this is Loopy and Zepp kind of playing a weird offline best of 3 to see who is in the other tournament. So I'll show you in a second. I'm just gonna update these things. And I don't know where we are. I don't know what's happening. I just work here. 0. I actually don't know if he's 0. And then Zepp just left. So I don't know. Oh god. Everything's awful. I don't know what's happening. We just finished? Who won? Who won? What's happening? Somebody tell me what's going on. I just want to watch a game. You got your ass beat? So I have to replace you with Loopy. Oh, no, admin shit. Also, I think Race beat Chosen One, but I don't think he updated the thing. So it's just a disaster. Today is just a total disaster. What match is this? 771. So if I go into the admin thing. Then do this and don't announce anything on the stream. Otherwise, you will get hacked and you will die. Line battles for veterans. Match 771. It's between Zep and Blank, and I can replace Zep with Lupe. Save. And now if that worked, if I refresh this page, it should be a Lupe. It is! We did it! We figured out the turn site, kind of! Hooray. Hoorays were had by all. So I think Loopy's fighting Rice, but I don't know, because they haven't updated the thing. Honestly, between Swarv and Cummerdinner and Loopy versus, I think, Raced, whichever one gets their shit together first, I'll go cast, just because I want to cast the thing. But so you know the dilemma I'm dealing with. We're looking at either a semifinal in the Noob tournament, but Cummerdinner was streaming a free-for-all, so I don't know how long that's going to take. And on this thing, I potentially have Raced versus Loopy, because Chosen One was messaging me about some stuff and implied it was a 2-0, but I have no idea. That or Chosen One won game 1, and it was just blobby and he didn't like that. I don't know. And then these two are having connectivity issues, so we can't really join that if we wanted to. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm dazed and confused. Alright. Actually, Chosen One didn't say shit about losing game 1. He just said it was a blob. So he might have won game 1. In which case, they're actually still going. Total War 3 Kingdoms. Maybe. Gotta go. I'll see you afterwards. Have fun. See you, Daniel. See you, mate. What is happening? I think I've broken into the floof game. It's Golden Floof. It's the floofy lad. I'm gonna message him. See, here's the plan. Is we go fight Golden Floof for fun to keep the stream going. And then as soon as I get ready to play against Golden Floof, someone will have their shit together and message me about spectating. It always happens. If I'm ever going to play a game, then all of a sudden people are ready. So that's we're just baiting them. We're baiting them into thinking that I'm going to do something else. I'll play Ogres. You can play whatever your heart desires. I've been having fun trying to figure out how to play Ogres recently without double Stonehorn. It's always disappointing, but it's a fun disappointing. Unlike Queek. Queek is a sad disappointing. This is a fun disappointing. Oh. Okay. So you have Khorne versus Ogres. Traditionally here, I think you go Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. I think. How are the tourneys going? Good. Good, we've had some good games. We hit a weird stall where there's a bunch of technical issues, so now I'm just fighting Golden Floof to keep the stream alive. I'm curious. I wonder if you can use the Amber Spear bug. Well, I need something cheap. Hold on. Curse of Honor is fine. Amber Spear, Curse of Honor is pretty okay. So we have a Slaughtermaster of Beasts. Let's do that. Other than that, these guys are good. Other than the second Man-Eater Pistols is pretty nice. Get some basic Ogres. Get some Kneeblars. Mournfangs with great weapons. I've been enjoying them recently. Get another Mournfang, 1800 gold. We get some Iron Fists, 550. Can I save 100 gold anywhere and get another one of these guys? Cut a Noblar, sure. And then upgrade you to one. Great. What kind of issues? I have a semifinal that they can't host a lobby. Sorry. We have a semifinal that one of them was streaming a free-for-all, so they can't host a lobby just yet. Other semifinal with lag and disconnection issues. And then Loopy is chilling in another semifinal waiting for his opponent. What kind of issues? Daddy issues. It's true. And someone asked me a while ago if the Blue Fire of Tzeentch / Fireball bug I showed in a video works with Amber Spear, and we're gonna see if it does. And if it does, then rest in peace, Golden Thief. Not really. I'll only use it once. I'm just curious if it works. And Amber Spear itself isn't really that good of a spell, so that doesn't matter too much. Put some Ogres with Iron Fists on the outsides so that they have better melee defense. Mournfangs actually go together. If you get separated, you're just gonna get fucked up. You guys don't have guard mode on because you're actually decent melee combat. I would want you to fight to save your own lives, and we'll get a Slaughtermaster of Beasts up front. Is that an Ogre Rush? Pretty much. I didn't look at his unit count. What are we dealing with? 479? It's not a lot. Alright, let's go. Bloodletters, bloodletters, bloodletters. A crap ton of Fleshhounds, Skull Crushers, Herald. Some Minotaurs up on the top side. Okay, that's kind of cool. So let's see. Hi, Grace. Okay. So the bug didn't work initially, but I don't think I had enough Winds of Magic. How much Winds of Magic do I need to do this? I need 18 before I try to use the bug. Okay. Understood. You guys turn up there and go. You guys go here. I could use Curse of Honor. It would be a good time to use it, but I also want to test the bug. I want to do the bug test.
It's happening. I hear it's cool. It is done.
Okay. These are the regular Mournfangs. Let the great weapons take that fight. You guys just turn and go over here. You go here. You guys come with me. You come with me as well. I have enough Winds of Magic to try this time. Come on, cast it, cast it, cast it, cast it. Okay, if I cancel it, does he still shoot it? No, he doesn't still shoot it. Okay, so that one doesn't work. So the bug only works with Fireball and Blue Fire of Tzeentch. It does not work with Amber Spear. Ogres go downhill. Bloodletters are killing all my guys over there. These Mournfangs are killing some Fleshhounds. Let's come over here. If you can, actually throw down that cast. Do it. See what happens. Trading okay into these skull crushers. Pew. Pew pew little pokes. Pew pew little pokes. One Fang's gonna get a solid rear charge. It didn't do any damage. You'll love to see it. Okay. You guys come this way. Noblars, cut off those bloodletters. They're gonna body you, but that's kind of fine. You guys come here. These big shooty boys. We're winning that fight. I don't need you to big shooty over there. Shoot these guys. Gotcha, boys. Alright. We're gonna debuff this whole area. Trying to get out of here while my Mournfangs do some stuff. You guys are fighting for your lives because there's no way out of here if you wanted to. You guys are all rallying. Come over here. You guys are still fighting these friggin' skull crushers to the death. God, I love skull crushers. I've had troubles using them effectively, but I just love them. They're very fun. And sometimes, man, sometimes you just deserve to have some fun. These guys are having a hard time shooting anything. So let's turn around and shoot the Herald, if you can. If he doesn't just die, because he might just die. Alright, let's keep trying to path you out of here. You guys all come down, get downhill charge. Anybody sleeping? Going back to Warhammer 2 for a couple tourneys, I have noticed how much I really notice, like, the improvement of the quote-unquote is sleeping is really nice to know what's not doing anything. What's the bug supposed to be? Infinite magic? Yeah, so the bug is if you cast Blue Fire, Tzeentch, or Fireball with Tzeentch casters, and then you cancel it after the circle starts spinning. Like when I throw this down, you're gonna see that black circle spin. If you cast a different spell while that's spinning, the caster will just throw out a fireball anyway while you're casting a different spell, and it doesn't cost you any winds of magic. And also, if you overcast it, it has a 0% chance of dealing any damage back to you. So it's a pretty aggressive bug. And then someone pointed out that maybe the Amber Spear would work the same. Because it's a missile spell like those two are, but I had no idea. So I wanted to test it in this game with Golden Floof. But it didn't work, which is fine. Really like the Mournfang Cav versus all the Flesh Hounds. That was nice. Ogres did fine. Noblars did okay. The whole build was fine. Minotaurs did sad Minotaur things. Yeah. So Skull Crushers didn't do great. They were fighting anti-large, great weapon Cav, and then Ogre Bulls with Iron Fist right next to them. Surprised Thomas says I'm falling behind after dumping 2 Onrers into the dirt. I'm just that good. Also, Minotaurs are a fucking meme. Minotaurs are a meme, bro. I still have not heard from any of my people. Loopy, if you're out there. Loopy, if you're out there, just if you get an opponent, let me know, and I'll be there. I didn't mind having a Slaughtermaster of Beasts. Curse of Honor's pretty good. Maybe cut that and get, like, Pan's Pelt or something. I think the Ogre Caster can sometimes be a little overvalued. Because Bone Crusher is a great spell, but it has a long cooldown and usually a short game. And then Troll Guts, if you're not healing up Stonehorns, I feel like it can struggle to get its value back. So I don't know. I think Caster of Beasts actually has a place here and there. I'm here. Yeah. Loopy, if you get an opponent, just like spam ping me on Discord and I'll hop over and spectate that. I'm gonna play Nergy. Nergy Fergie. Okay, sorry. So I'm gonna go Nurgle while we wait for Loopy's opponent. I think Swarv is just fighting Commodinner on his own somewhere.
Не, но он таким билдом вообще не побеждает. Сейчас довыпендриваюсь.
Yeah.
На, режущие осколки тут как тут.
They have Slaanesh versus Nurgle. Swarv is fucked. Kislev versus Nurgle. Oh, I actually like this one. I have a pretty decent build. Ah! I don't need that build anymore. Nurgle versus Kislev. So I did like this one, but is Kugoth better? Who's speaking in the voice? That's Commodinner. He's streaming on Twitch right now. Okay, so if I just do Koogie Shoogie. Wow, I like all of his abilities. He's 200 gold more expensive. I think I will go Dr. Goth. Dr. Goth, Plague Father. This was before the RORs were a thing. So yeah, I'm going to just start over. Nurglings trade pretty well. 1-5 of them. I want the Festering Stooges and another Exalted Plague Bearer to throw grenades at problems. Chaos Furies are very good at chasing down archers, which is the only threat to Kugoth that really exists. A couple spawn are decent at harassing the chariots, but I have been noticing problems in dealing with the chariots, so I don't know if the spawn are going to be enough. Toads have always disappointed me when fighting the chariots of Kislev. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to have to rely on spawn. Spawn will have to zone off those dastardly sleds. 0 gold spent. We cannot be beaten. If Swarv and Commodinner finish their series, then I'll obviously cast Golden Floof versus the winner as the finals instead of Loopy versus Random in a semifinal. But I would rather be casting tournament relevant games than playing for fun versus Golden Floof. No offense to Golden Floof, but you know, we're here for a tournament. We're not here for two bros chilling in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're playing games. The rabbit toy was destroyed. Makes me sad. Okay. Koogie Shoogie. Enemy troop count is 500. I'm happy to see that. This build that I take versus Nurgle would really struggle versus super wide archers and Streltsy and armored Kossars. Like if you have 12 ranged units, I'm gonna have a bad fucking time with the build I like to take. But I'm actually quite ready for the Zargard Elemental Bear Blob. I usually do pretty well into that with this. So the Exalted Plague Bearers with their grenades do a shit ton of damage to anything bear-shaped, whether it's an elemental bear or a hero on a bear. They really, really have a good time, so I enjoy that. And then Stream of Corruption can take out the Zargard easily enough. Kugath can even bomb them from long range, so it's a good time all around. You guys turn Fire at Will off. You'll only shoot at what I tell you to shoot at. This isn't what I wanted a little bit. Oh, okay, it's fine. We have 4 Horse Archers, who gives a shit. And then we have all the bears. This is 6 single entities, so Golden Floof cheated. He's a big cheater, and I permaban him from all competitions in the future. But otherwise, this is a pretty typical Kislev build. So Kugi Shugi will fire. We'll move spawn away from the Horse Archers wherever they find their homes. Double Patriarch. Double Patriarch, both with healing. What is this rule-breaking abomination? I'll have to make sure. If he's just memeing, it's fine. But if he thinks this is legal going into the finals, I'll have to update him so that we don't have a rules issue. Because you can't have... You can have double Patriarch, but they can't have the same items anymore. That was changed a little bit ago. Bro, if you want to come over here, you're about to have a bad time. Alright, keep the Furies and the spawn away from the Horse Archers and we'll be okay. Oh, if you want to come over here, you're about to have a bad time. Grenades, get them! Alright, Festering Stooges. Oh shit, those are Forsaken. Where are my Festering Stooges? Festering Stooges, go Festering Stooge. That was a nasty little breath attack. And let's get our Chaos Spawn involved. Nurglings, go harass. Do we have Kossars? They're all armored. Ugh. Okay, well, don't really love my Fury targets here. Furies, just go get the Skirmish Cav for a little bit. I don't care. Alright. Kugath, lower all their melee defense. And then go get into melee with them. Stream of Corruption, say hello. Boom! How does it feel to have infinite violence? You guys get out of here so you can throw your grenades again. Furies are just being annoying to the Skirmish Cav. That's all I care about. Honestly, let's just curse the slug these guys. Keep them in combat for a little bit. Nurglings are blobbing up, as is their birthright. I'm going to save his Nurgling summons for the late game in case I need them. We're going to go into melee over here to get those guys to fuck off. So it's either they back up, and then I get in good position to throw my grenades, or they stay there and I'll kick their ass in melee. Either or is honestly fine. Stream of Corruption yet again. Say hello. And then you turn and chuck. Alright, that guy is mostly dead. This guy is mostly dead. These Nurglings come this way. Chuck down Fecundity. Heal everybody. You guys are working on throwing your grenades. And Chaos Furies are fighting Horse Archers. Okay, you guys go get that. You guys go get that. You guys are still fighting that. Kugath, when's your next stream? 5 seconds? Okay, I accept. Say goodbye, Armored Kossars. And it even bounces back a little bit. Oh! Oh, the humanity. Oh! You'll love to see it. Alright, Furies are chasing off Horse Archers. These Furies are disintegrating because they're stupid and dumb. These other Furies are getting caught on these Horse Archers, so I guess just fight them for a little bit. You have your summons, which I'm holding on to specifically. You come over here, chase down these guys. You're still chasing down these guys. That's great. That's all great. Kugath Meme Father is still memeing around. Oh, you hate to see the Horse Archers all caught up to my dudes. Oh, I have one Chaos Spawn. He's sleepy. Sleepy little Chaos Spawn. Who dares ping me at such a crucial time? Hold on, let me look. It's a koi. What do you want? Okay, well, it seems like a later problem. I'll just go back into the game for now. Anti-melee defense. These guys are all shattered, so you guys can come home. You're all fighting. I'm gonna throw out a Steam of Corruption here just for the healing on my army, not because it's actually gonna do any damage. Meanwhile, that's gonna be a real bad Heart of Winter. Ow! Owie! Ooh! My body, it hurts! My body, it hurts! Oh, God! Oh, malarkey! Joke's on you, though. You're running out. Meanwhile, I still have infinite bodies to throw at you. I have 3 Nurgling summons. What will you do about my Nurgling summons that are honestly still just chilling? They're just chilling! I don't even need them yet! That's how powerful I am! Bunga bunga! Okay, out those guys. Forsaken, chill out, get your vigor back. Furies, chase off of that. Kugoth, chill here for a little bit. Let's throw out a Steam of Corruption just for the healing for my whole army. And that's it. Kugoth! Where's Fleshy Abundance? Don't need it. 5,000. Yeah. I like that Nurgle build a lot versus Kislev. I've been working on it. I hadn't tried it since Kugoth got his Mortis engine, but he does feel like the optimal pick there. I picked the Great Unclean One not for their melee prowess, but for the Mortis engine and the casting. So if Kugoth can also force the box to come into me, that feels pretty good. Though the Horse Archers just feel like shit. Sorry, just typing a golden floof. I got a ping. Who pinged me? Loopy versus Raced. I accept your offer, Loopy and Raced. Though I might have to leave in the middle of this series if the other finals gets ready. But I would rather spectate a tournament-relevant game than continue to play with the lovely golden floof. Ratboy isn't out round 1? I was never in, sir. Okay. Yeah, the Horse Archers, Golden Floof took them. They just seem to suck. They seem terrible. Raced will take 5 minutes. I made Llama sad on this matchup by bringing max ranged. Yeah. If Kislev goes wide, Nurgle's in trouble, but if Kislev tries to blob, Nurgle can actually deal with it fine. BF Flyer. BF Flyer, it has been a while. It is good to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm sure you bring money. Money? You brought me money? Yes. Cut those and put some cav or guns or something. I just ignored the cav and sent furies after them. Okay. I know today's been a bit of a confusing day. But for anybody who's like, what the actual fuck is happening? I was playing Golden Floof just because we were at an awkward stall in the stream. Swarv and Commodinner didn't want me to spectate their games. So I don't know what that's about, but they were fighting on Commodinner's stream. So I know they are fighting somewhere, I just can't see the lobby and get in there. On the other side, Matthew and Llama were having disconnection issues. But it looks like Matthew did now advance. We weren't watching that because of disconnection issues. Loopy and Raced just beat Chosen One, so he's now gotten to fight Loopy. So this just started existing, which is why I was fighting Golden Floof to floof up, to floof up the stream while we awkwardly waited for a game to be presented to us. Now I will spectate Loopy and Raced as long as is convenient until in the newer player tournament the finals is ready, in which case the finals takes more precedent over a semifinal over here, and then when we're done with the finals over here, we'll pop back to the expert super ultra veteran tournament to spectate whoever fights Matthew B969 versus Loopy or Race. So there's going to be a lot of hopping, there's going to be a lot of jumping. It's content. That's what I have for you. Hello, human. I saw you left ODM. Does that mean I'm the only member now? You are the only member, Zypher. You are. And Swarv sent me this Twitch link. So how are they doing? I think they're 1-1.
У меня есть кавы, блин, крылатые гусары, да эти, да дервиш. Святилище же перемещение невозможно, нахер...
Because I spectated when they were playing Nurgle and Slaanesh. And that was almost 40 minutes ago. Shut up. That was almost 40 minutes ago. So there's no way they got done with that game and they're still in the lobby of a potential game 2. So that makes me think that they're in game 3 right now. I just want to go fight the Floofster. Race is back. Let's go. Watch as soon as Race and Loopy are ready to entertain the masses. I'm going to get called over to do the finals with Golden Floof, but oh well. So this is Loopy. He's the leftover from when I actually last got to spectate something. And we'll get raced up here. Did defeat Chosen One. It looks like it was a 1-2 series. Okay, all right. Loopy and Raced. If this is actually Nurgle versus Tzeentch, Nurgle is fucked. Your picks were Tzeentch ban Kislev? Oh, Tzeentch ban Kislev. Okay. When I saw Nurgle... Loopy, I saw you sitting on Nurgle and Race sitting on Tzeentch. I thought you ended up in Nurgle versus Tzeentch, which is literally the worst matchup in this entire game for Nurgle. I mean, it's the worst matchup in this entire game as far as one-sided matchups goes, but Nurgle will lose it. Tzeentch mirror! Let's fucking go. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. Why don't we? Why don't we just... Oh, God. It's okay. It's okay, human boy. I'll get through this. It doesn't matter that everybody else who's streaming has more viewers than you. It doesn't matter that you're trying your best. CA didn't contact you to host a tournament for them. They just contacted a bunch of people who have hosted as many tournaments as you can count on your fingers combined. And you've hosted at least 3 tournaments a week since the game launched. No, it's fine! It's fine! Just leave old hummus boy out of it. It's fine. He doesn't care about this community. It's fine. Look at all this shit. Look at this shit! Wait, where is it? Hold on. Hold on. Real talk for a second, dude. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I am the Salt Lord. You have no idea. We're gonna get real while these two build their Tzeentch armies. Look at this! Summer qualifier championship hosted by Hugo Vester. I think he's Spanish, but like look at 61 people signed up for Turns thing, and that's a week away. Anticity's thing that just happened had 90 plus signups. 48 people signed up for that. But they see, but like, I've been here. This is a real bitching spree I've wanted to go on. It sucks that I've been here this whole time. Like when Warhammer 2 was kind of dead for a little bit, we were still around, and like Bowmore and AC Maiden and them made like, and Lenorm and them all made Ent Ladder fun, and they tried to make things interactive and great. And FNG and the rules people worked really hard on it. Like, I'm not trying to say I was the only person involved at all, but like a lot of the tournament casters left. Like they fucked right on off and did other things. Logic was still around for Warhammer 2. He hung in there. Murph hung in there. But like all the big streamers left. Like Dav didn't do anything. Turin hadn't been running tournaments for a while that summer because I think was his hand fucked up or he was traveling a bunch. I don't remember, but like nobody was hosting anything. Then the Beastmen DLC comes out. People come back a little bit. They realize it's broken. They leave again. Great. And then the Cav patch comes out, and some people kind of come back. Still, nobody's really hosting ECLs. Battlemania hasn't been hosting in a long time, so like, pretty much only person there. Warhammer 3 comes out. Everybody's like, oh, fuck yeah, all the big streamers are coming back. Hell yeah, dude. All big streamers. Oh, never mind. They played before the game was released, and after the game was released, they all fucked on off. And like, legitimately, and this isn't against Dav, this isn't, but this does bother me. Dav's hosted 2 or 3 tournaments in Warhammer 3 total. 2 or 3 total. I've hosted 2 or 3 a week. And then when CA comes out with this big tournament or whatever that they're promoting and all these things, it's like, should we give it to a smaller channel that's been here the whole fucking time, no matter what happens, is always covering Total Warhammer, even when it's in its bad state? Should we help elevate that channel so that that person might stick around? There might be a bigger channel to constantly promote our content into the future because they've clearly never gone anywhere and all these things. Or should we use our influence to give more power to a channel that keeps coming and going? Let's do that second one. And it bothers me so much that it's just like, these channels don't need your help. Like, Turin's channel doesn't need the CA bump. He has the CA bump. And it's like, yeah, they're going to go to him because he's the biggest caster on their side. But then, like, the same thing kind of goes with, like, Inticity and Dav, where those are the 2 other English casters. Where I'm not arguing that I should take the place of a smaller caster if they're in a different language, because it's awesome to get more languages involved and that kind of thing. But like in the spot of the other 2 English casters, it's like, seriously? Can we give it to somebody who's hosted 3 tournaments over 4 months of this game being out? All right, cool, very cool. What's also fun is it took them 2 months to accept me to their content creator program after I had crossed the threshold. And then when I annoyed them about it again, they said, oh yeah, we forgot to do that. Here you go. And also, they still forgot to give me an NDA. So technically, if they tell me anything, I can tell you. Legally, I can just tell you. And if they get mad at me, I'll be like, show me the piece of paper I signed. Oh yeah, you forgot to send it 2 times in a row. I haven't signed anything. So it's getting frustrating working with CA and like doing all this shit, and then it's like, basically, if you're not gigantic, they just give you a middle finger and tell you to fuck off, is how it feels. And if that's not true, and anyone from CA is watching and wants to get mad at me, then prove it. Like, actions speak louder than words, and all of your actions throughout all of Warhammer 2 and 3 has been, fuck the little guy, we only help big channels. Anyway, there's my rant. There's my rant. And I was updating some stuff, so I wasn't looking at chat this whole time. Fire and Flamers versus Nurgle is lol. Warhammer 2 is insanely alive at the moment, like 15 lobbies at the same time. Oh, that's pretty good. Give it to random people that don't play the game, of course. Yeah. Zypher, I get it. I get it that they want to give it to big channels, but like, there's no diversity in there among the English casters. Again, the good thing they're doing is that they're giving it to multiple languages and not just all English casters. But it's like, all right, well, maybe give it to one big caster like Turin, who's been around. He's been around the game. He knows how to play it. He's pretty good and all that stuff. And like, do all those things. If you want your big caster, have Turin do it. But then like inviting like Dav and them to come back, I don't know. And that isn't against Dav. I'm trying to like express my frustrations without making someone... Oh, what, Loopy, what round are you in? This would be round 2, Mr. Loopy. This would be round 2. Slanesh likes you too, thanks. It's hard enough getting a company to treat you right when you're an actual employee. Yeah. So before anybody takes this the wrong way and thinks I'm just shitting on Dav, I'm not shitting on Dav. Like, I can express my own frustrations about a situation without dragging down the other person. Like, I wish Dav all the success in the world. He puts a lot of work into his videos. I know he's expressed frustrations in the past about low viewership stuff because he does a lot of work in editing and all these things. Like, Dav's great, but it just bothers me the decision-making of a company of like, should we reward streamers who are always around for us in our games, or should we reward variety streamers who come and go as long as we give them treats? Well, let's give them treats because that's how we get them to cover our game, and all of you fucking plebs who are always here for us, all of your loyalty, we will not reward your loyalty because we know we already have you. You know what I mean? That's the frustration. It feels like my dedication to this game has hurt my chances of getting favorable treatment because I'm already here. That's the thing, is what I would say. I like treats. Yeah. So that's my little rant of just being frustrated with this whole big summer tournament. Because it is cool. It is really cool. And I'd love to be a part of it. But it feels like everybody like barges back into the house you've been sitting in and I've been working in. And like literally there are times where no one's hosting a tournament in a week besides me when the game's like ultra dead or something. And I'm like, oh, hey guys, how you doing? And they clear off a table and they're like, so here's our plans for this summer thing. And I'm like, what is that? What's going on over there? And they're like, shut the fuck up and go back to your corner. And I'm like, okay, you guys barge into my house and start doing a thing without me. That's okay. I'll just be over here in my little corner. Alright. Anyway. That's the long way of saying is as soon as I get early access to Immortal Empires, I'm leaking it. I'm leaking it! I'm doing it! I haven't signed shit. It's not illegal if I haven't signed anything. Headline for the next day. Human Boy booted out of the content creator program for, I don't know. Maybe this audio clip? It's jokes, everybody. It's jokes. Though I technically haven't signed an NDA, that part's true, but I'm not just going to go leak a bunch of shit, because that's a fast track to get out of the content creator program. Which, I would like to know shit that's coming up the pipeline, even if it doesn't involve me. I'd rather get kicked in the dick now than later. So, we have Kairos, Fate Weaver versus an Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch. He has Infernal Gateway and Blue Fire. Meanwhile, Kairos has Pendulum. Ooh! Pendulum from Loopy. Interesting. Haven't seen that spell since it got nerfed. We have Harmonic Convergence, Blue Fire, and Regrowth. Kairos is going to net down these Doom Knights, keep them in place. And then we have one Doom Knight versus two. Interestingly, Loopy does net down the Doom Knights, but then doesn't punish them with his own. It looks like he's going to take this moment to fight the Furies with no contest at all. Yeah. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are running up. Meanwhile, the Flamers of Loopy are firing in, doing pretty good damage to the Forsaken, considering they had to get through their shields first. 5 Forsaken backing up Loopy forces, and for Raced, it is a much more meta assortment of 4 Spawn and 4 Forsaken. We haven't seen this yet today, but this is usually what you see almost every single Tzeentch game. Both sides having Doom Knights is kind of interesting, but I like it. I don't hate it. I am a little concerned about Loopy chasing down these Furies for so long. I don't know why he's been targeting them so heavily. I personally would have preferred punishing those Doom Knights when they were netted earlier, but I think he was maybe worried about an Infernal Gateway, because Vortex spells on the ground do hurt air units if they're right beneath them. Just a heads up. Okay. Big Infernal Gateway is getting cast. It looks like it is catching some of these Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, doing pretty good damage to them, especially if it is overcast. It's getting through all right. Sorry. Golden Floof messaged me that the other finals is ready. I told them to do their first pick and ban and army stuff, and they'll be there after this game. Doom Knights of Raced are diving down, but that means the Doom Knights of Loopy are close on his heels and going to drag him down. Meanwhile, Raced is ahead on the balance of power and on the damage value. I would agree, because you can just see that the combination of Spawn and Forsaken really chew through front lines quite quickly. That Armor Sundering pairing we haven't seen a lot today can do wonders on the other Forsaken. So Raced has a heavy command of the ground forces, and Loopy is trying to get what he can done in the air, but Raced has just been running away. Whenever there's an air fight, you saw his Furies run away, you saw his Doom Knights run away. He really isn't that interested in taking anything in the air. Just as I say that, he is going to take a fight and significantly lose it, which is why I was thinking he wouldn't take a fight in the air, but too bad. Regrowth getting cast, it looked like. Who was that for? Ah, Regrowth getting cast on the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch on the ground. They still have 55 models, so that is a pretty nice cast onto them. They're getting nice and healthy up there. But I worry that Loopy is going to have a hard time. He has evened up the damage value, and he has evened up the regular balance of power, but 3 expensive cavalry units do not want to fight a blob of Chaos Spawn at the end of the game, and that is looking like we're going to get. Loopy has 2 Forsaken left that are currently running away. Ooh, and a big Infernal Gateway cast. If that's overcast, it could do a lot of damage to these Chaos Knights. Are they massive enough to get out of it? No, so these guys are permanently stuck in here. As Kairos gets a blue fire of Tzeentch off, he does a little bit of poke on the Exalted Lord of Change, mostly just getting through the shields. Double Doom Knights are chilling in the sky, though. Hazel in the background, treats for me. Yeah. I'll read the comments in a second. I'm just busy with the thingy. So all 3 of the Doom Knights and Chaos Knights are in here fighting Spawn, but you're going to see them get collapsed upon. Anybody that gets stuck in here is going to die. The big permanent styles. The big permanent death, not the temporary death we are oh so used to. Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch is getting away. Looks like he's just going to sit up there and get his shields back. You saw Pendulum didn't even break the shields on these Forsaken. That's rough. That spell is in a very bad spot. A huge pick for Raced here. Taking out an entire Chaos Spawn. Chaos Spawn, yes. Chaos Spawn riding horses, the new thing. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, even with Harmonic Convergence, they are entirely surrounded. I don't expect they'll be getting out of here anytime soon. They'll just slowly whittle away to death. Loopy did catch Raced's other Doom Knights and routed them off, which is neato. But doesn't matter. How's Raced doing on infantry? Both armies have 2 Forsaken, so it's Spawn versus Cavalry. That's all that's really left for differences here. Ooh, big Gaze of Fate, netting down the Exalted Lord of Tzeentch, but he did get onto the ground, meaning all these Spawn can run over and start punishing the Doom Knights a little bit. Can Kairos and his friends kill this Exalted Lord of Change? They can't even get through his shields. I have a different video coming out about that soon, but Tzeentch Lords are crazy with their tankiness, just due to, like, jank. It's not about stats. Because Kairos himself barely ever takes damage when he gets surrounded by Skull Crushers, but then Slanesh Lord that gets surrounded by Skull Crushers instantly dies, and Kairos has worse melee stats. It's all about the models. Really nice Blue Fire of Tzeentch cast. Kairos should probably use that for all the rest of this game. Any Winds of Magic he has left have to go into Blue Fires to snipe out that big Lord, because it looks like the Doom Knights are going to have trouble doing it. If he's on the ground, if he's in the sky, he could get ganked out. But Raced is really trying to bait Loopy onto the ground. A gigantic blob of shielded Chaos Spawn are now sprinting towards these Forsaken, whose armor is lowered down to 55. And the Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch lands in his own blob, trying to keep himself safe, as he also has a Fury Summon that might try and lock some of these Doom Knights in here, but the Doom Knights just fly away. I'm really not sure how the mechanic on that works, if they can fly at any time, or if they need to be out of combat for a certain amount. But they didn't seem to be. So Alright, good on them. Good for you. Loopy throws the last of his ground forces in to fight now. The Forsaken over here that was full health a moment ago is already almost dead, and this Forsaken is now getting that treatment. And as soon as Loopy's ground forces die, it's going to be really bad, because his air forces will have to commit to a fight and stay there. And that is not at all what they want to do. Air forces are not meant to sit in the middle of spawn and die. It's not really their cup of tea. Adelmo says it's not dedication to the game that hurts your chances, purely a numbers thing. Yeah. That's true. But it can feel that way, where like if you're covering a game that has very little viewership, because it's not that great. Like Warhammer 3 had great viewership until people realized it was broken. And then when CA comes back to the game, they're like, crap, we have a bad image thing. We need to get people to realize this game is fun. Let's host a really big event. What do we do for that really big event? Well, could we have the content creators that have been covering this game even when it was dead host it, and people will be attracted because of all of our social media posts and all the money we're putting into it? No, let's give it to the big people that would watch anyway. Like, people are gonna watch what Turin puts out anyway. Whether it's Warhammer 3, whether it's a game from the fucking 1990s, people watch Turin play it. So it's like, to me, it's so annoying that they're using their investment on someone that will drag their eyes back to the game. So it's like, ugh. I don't know. That's what bothers me about it. It feels like it's unnecessary. Now that the Doom Knights have committed to the fight, they are clearly struggling. Now, the Spawn are running out of models, it looks like. Balance of Power is still roughly even, though I do think Raced has this pretty thoroughly in hand. That Exalted Lord of Change having such low health is really hurting the Balance of Power, I think, and now that Kairos is stuck in melee combat with his pathetic stats of 35-20, it's really, really hurting the blue Balance of Power as he gets chunked down. But I was concerned for a second there. I thought Red was in a dominant position, but the Balance of Power didn't think so. Now that Kairos is getting work done, it really is coming back to parity. He's been using Harmonic Convergence and some blue fires and stuff in melee combat, trying to take out this Exalted Lord. He just flies away! In melee combat, just decides, I'm fucking done with it, and flies away. Oh, that's pretty funny. Turin, on the other hand, can bring in new sales. Maybe, but I feel like anybody who watches Turin already knows Warhammer 3 exists. Maybe. I like this stream so much I gave it a thumbs up from 2 different scouts. Woo! Thanks, McWrightface. Doom Knights fighting the Exalted Lord of Change in the sky. They are getting actually a lot of damage in, but it might be too little too late. Kairos is down there in the middle of all these Chaos Spawn, trying to path his way out. They block him a little bit, but if he goes up, he'll be completely fine. Blue Fire cast onto the Exalted Lord. Okay, if he crumbles... Maybe? Nah, he's rallying. He's fine. And now it's just Kairos all alone. He's got nothing. Army losses kicks in. That was a pretty close game, though. The Gobbo King special? Yeah. Oh. Gobbo King was based. It's as if they heard you. They sent the Slaanesh bots. No. Alright. We have a different final to go see. So this was our preview of this series, and whoever wins this will go fight in the finals of the big boy tourney. But Doom Knights did okay. Didn't really pay for themselves. Chaos Knights on the ground got as much value. And Kairos did alright. But Exalted Lord of Change and Tzeentch just got more value. Spawn all paid for themselves, which is kind of insane considering how expensive they are. And the Forsaken did better with their thingy, their support. So that's pretty good. We're looking for the lobby called Floof. Army's ready, GTG. All right, they're ready. We have Grand Cathay versus Kislev in the finals. And again, in case you're like, what the hell is going on? Loopy and Race were just entertaining us while we waited for the other final, and I thank them for their service. And we'll see if Loopy can drag that back. Meanwhile, we are on this one, which I have to refresh. Commodore versus Golden Floof, the finals of the newer player tournament. So we will cover that. Right. Everybody's caught up. Everybody knows what's going on. Cool. Cool. Blocker goes down. Golden Floof is on this side. Capital G. Golden Floof. Chat, Delmo, if you're still in the chat, you got to get some of your RTK guys to play more land battles. Y'all are just a domination clan now. Swarv was, I think, the only RTK representative playing today. I could be mistaken, but I think he was the only one. He made it to semis, which is pretty good, but still. We need more RTKs in the land battles. Wanted to highlight new Warhammer 3 spells, though it sucks a lot of the Warhammer 2 spells outside of healing are so much worse now. Loopy still had on damage value, but looks like he has less stuff. Yes. I watched Tourney even when he plays Warcraft 3 Refunded, which is a shittier version of the 2003 game. Total sucker for any RTS match. Total War fan. Speaking of being a Total War fan, is Ice Power going to stream Warhammer 3 at all? Cyrus, has he said anything? Or is Ice Power just an IRL person now? He has real shit going on. Having turn 1 hosting the final tournament would be such a big majority of the player base in Europe is also iffy. Oh yeah, they made a stipulation that you have good connection to LA, but that was kind of weird. Like, what big EU streamer would have it? I don't think EU has a giant English streamer like Turin. That is tricky. Good evening, Vermin Man. How are the games so far? Actually, pretty good. We haven't had a lot of stinkers. There is a lot of Slanesh bots, though. There's a lot of Slanesh bots. I'll let one of the mods deal with that. Meanwhile, we have an interesting build from Golden Floof. I still have not ever seen Crane Gunners paired with a Grand Cannon. It's usually one or the other. And I do like Crane Gunners in this matchup. They're excellent against all the Kislev infantry. The Crane Gunners, because I had talked earlier about this being kind of a rock, paper, scissors matchup a little bit, which is what makes it even. But Crane Gunners can kind of break that barrier, and I've been experimenting with them. Because if you go Zargard and Chariots, these can shoot the Zargard pretty effectively. And without the Zargard, they will eventually lose the Chariot fight. Or if they go the super wide shooting build, you can outshoot them with the Crane Gunners a little bit because of their infantry penetration. So it's interesting. But he has both. He also has a Dragonblood Shugi Lord of Yin with the Summon and the Talons of Night. Pretty good. Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen, Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen for 2 and 2. We have Jade Warriors with Halberds, Peasant Long Spearmen, and Jade Warriors with Sword and Board in the front. On the other side, for Cummerdinner, we have 2 heavy war sleds. It looks like a Griffin Legion and a Winged Lancer, Armored Kossars and Zargard. 1 Kossar with Spear in the back, and then we have the Tsarina. Very interesting build here. Very interesting from Cummerdinner. Huh. I don't know how I feel about it. Now, Cathay is pretty close to the white line. We'll deal with it if we have to deal with it. For now, we'll just focus on the game. But yes, I acknowledge that they are right there, and it is very, very hard for Kislev to flank. We will see if it's even a problem. If Kislev wins, it's not a big deal. And I do personally think Kislev has a pretty good shot at winning this if they get in there right now, because you only have to compromise all these ranged units, and then it's over. That might be pretty easy to do, especially these heavy war sleds, because again, there's no Dragon Lord and there's no Sentinels, so the 2 sleds can pretty easily roll through anything they come across. Cathay did throw 3 cavalry into the woods to fight the Winged Lancers, and while they will win that fight, they'll win it slowly enough that these heavy war sleds could actually just path past them and start doing some real damage. Crane Gunners are already getting messed up by the heavy war sleds. We're taking a lot of damage, to be fair, from the Jade Lancers and Jade Warriors Halberds combo. Ooh, big Overcast Talons of Night on the Griffin Legion. That is a lot of damage, and the Tsarina's coming in as well. Cathay is very far ahead on the damage value, but now is the real test. When the melee starts, what happens? Because the Tsarina could honestly even throw an Overcasted Heart of Winter right here, and either the Cav leave your chariots alone, or the Cav die. So that would be the play for me, I think. Heavy war sleds are engaging with the Cav fight and really sticking around here. I think this is a mistake. They do need to path away, and it looks like they are starting to do so now. Some of the Cav might be so blobbed up that even heavy war sleds can't path their way through, but, I mean, yeah, you could have tried to go through here. But again, the white line on this map is pretty small. Warhammer 3 maps, poo. Poo poo. The almost dead Griffin Legion get onto the Crane Gunners for a millisecond and delete that unit. So that is a big, big, big problem for Cathay coming in already. Also, the cannons are routed, which probably means they'll never get back on their mounts. The bug is gone, that's not what I'm talking about, but it is very hard to rally a unit in this matchup and to get it back to its mount in time for it to do anything when it's not just overrun with archers and other shit. Heavy war sleds are trying to get away from the Jade Lancers. They might even path onto the Crane Gunners soon. These heavy war sleds have been in the middle of this fight for 35 years and have taken no damage, which is again why I keep mentioning that heavy war sleds are still a problem in this matchup, and Cathay does have to kind of bet on them being there. Ice Maiden's Kiss, really? Wait, do you have Heart of Winter? Okay, you do, you just haven't cast it. Interesting. You would think the Heart of Winter would be kind of top priority here to get through. This Griffin Legion is a fucking hero. I was shit-talking them earlier on the stream, but this one specifically is trying to prove me wrong. They're, with no health, diving onto the Crane Gunners, getting a ton of damage down. The heavy war sleds are also trying to help them out. And just like that, Cathay is going to be completely out of ranged power, and it's going to be all on their peasants to win in the melee, which really just doesn't happen versus Kislev very often. And again, Commodore, I think he was the one who did this earlier, a Kislev build with no healing for the chariots, and they end up getting to like 0 HP, but just hang on forever and always cause some disruption. Another Talons of Night cast is going to do a ton of damage to these armored Kossars. It looks like it hits a Zargard and 2 armored Kossars, really working them down. And Zarina needs to throw a Heart of Winter on herself or something to take care of these Jade Warriors, because she's currently taking a ton of damage unanswered. Commodore falls a little bit further behind on the balance of power. He had evened up the damage value, but it looks like it is falling against him now. And the Crane Gunners did escape from the heavy war sleds, but not for long. Zarina's taking way too much damage. Like, way, way, way too much. These heavy war sleds need to come over here and bail her out if she doesn't have a spell available to do it herself, because she's getting fucked up. That is going to be a good Frostfang. Tons of damage, very nice. Very nice. Still wouldn't hate for the heavy war sleds to come mop up, but the Zarina does need to get out of there. For Kislev, things are going okay. They're really, really damaged in a lot of places, but what matters is still alive. The heavy war sleds are doing okay. This heavy war sled's almost dead, but as long as he's still routing the cannon crew almost off the map, that does work. For Cathay, they are in tatters everywhere. They really need to keep this Crane Gunner online. That's kind of it. That's kind of all they have left. Zarina can take care of everything else. Another Talons of Night. Nice cast. Too many of Commodore units end up being blobbed up. And the Zarina is going to try and nuke down the Jade Warriors with Halberds, get rid of them real quick, and that would leave the Dragon-Blooded Shugi Lord all alone. She instead flies away instead of taking that fight. I'm not loving the Winds of Magic usage from Commodore. While it is boring, there is a reason most people spam Hearts of Winter. It is a very, very good spell for clearing out infantry. And the Ice Maiden's Kiss, while it does okay, it's just really not as brutal. Cannon crew is shattered, so they're officially gone. The heavy war sled is trying to sprint over to this Crane Gunner and get rid of it once more. Keep it honest, keep it dead. That's the Heart of Winter we've been looking for, and I bet we are hoping that Golden Floof is not looking over here as the Heart of Winter does hit. It's not overcasted, but it is still a little bit of something. Golden Floof will be right on top of that, immediately try to path out while Kossars punish his retreat. Kislev's still down on the balance of power, but I think we have a pretty close game on our hands. These heavy war sleds slamming into peasant horsemen. They'll probably rout soon, and somehow these Crane Gunners are holding on to their leadership. Man, neither side has anything left. Looking around the battlefield, I keep on saying, like, man, Kislev's in a good spot. Never mind, Cathay's in a good spot. Never mind, both of you are fucking dead. Alright, it's all about whether or not any of these heavy war sleds die from the Shugi Lord, because they're currently just pushing straight through everything that gets in their way. Zarina is sprinting in to take out these Crane Gunners once and for all. She's fucking over it. Ooh, very healthy unit of armored Kossars will be crucial in the late game. They don't have any ammo, so they have to hurry up and get into melee combat, but they will be pretty good. Heavy war sleds with a nice rear charge. Zarina with a little bit of magic assistance. And a big Ancestral Warrior summon from the Dragon-Blooded Shugen and Lord of Yin. The Zarina and the Heavy War Sled just have to get out of here and let that fade away, because that is a huge piece in this battlefield right now. Commodore is actually up in gold value, but he's down in the overall balance of power. So really need to avoid that summon. Don't fight the summon now! Run away! Run away! Don't fight the summon! Oh, God! Alright, the Heavy War Sleds are a little caught up in the summon. Hopefully they can path their way out for Kislev's sake in this game. And really, Cathay's out of juice. If they can just wait out this, if Kislev can wait out this Ancestral Warrior summon, they've got this game, I think. Because what's left? Fucking nothing. You have a full health armored Kossar over here. You have a half health armored Kossar with Kossar with spears. You have some Zargard who are currently getting trashed on, but like Cathay has literally just their lord. And the Tsarina gets a nice little charge attack on her. I was worried he was going to fight some halberds, but it looks like they're not going to. And Ice Maiden's Kiss just sacrificing the poor Kislevites that were fighting there to get some damage onto the halberds and the lancers. I can respect that. I get it. You know, I get it. Shugi Lord takes a big blast to the face as she tries to land on the heavy war sleds, and then they are going to run away from her. And she will just opt out. Ancestral Warrior Summon will leave soon. I really wanted off the balance of power. I'm worried that we're going to get a really dumb, shitty army loss that shouldn't have happened. So go on, get out of here, shoot! 6, 5, 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, there. Bounce power is more reasonable. Still really doesn't like Kislev in this. I think it's because the Tsarina is so low on health, while the Shugi Lord is very healthy. And the Shugi Lord is a good combatant, but she's not an insane combatant, so, you know, we all need to calm down. A big problem could be these Crane Gunners rallying any second now, and they have plenty of separation between them and the nearest Kislevite unit, so they will get their shots down no matter what. Cathay, on the other hand, everything is routing except for the Lord. Heavy war sleds popping off some shots at these Jade Warriors that the Tsarina is going to charge out and try to get rid of. And these armored Kossars are firing the last of their ammunition into the Jade Lancers, who just freshly rallied, really trying to get rid of them. Crane Gunners, while great, while long range, while they have armor-piercing shots, they are, like most things in Warhammer 3, very reliant on volume of fire. And with only 6 models left, they will have a hard time really bursting anything down and getting it off this battlefield. Heavy war sleds have been just unstoppable in this matchup today. Okay, I'm going to catch up on chat real quick. Stop watching the ones who completely moved to Game 3 also, so now it's Human Boy, Tactical, Lich, Milk and Cookies, Owen Zerk, despite him being campaign mostly now. Okay, then I'm mostly caught up. Ice Power is focusing on finishing college. What a loser! And the cannons are really showing the trees what for. Hell yeah. Slaanesh bots invaded again. Tien took care of them. Nice job. Nice job. Again, everything's routing for Cathay, pretty much, except for the Lord. And this could be big. Kossars with Spears. She only has 70 armor, so the Kossars with Spears can do some good work. The heavy war sleds are going to run away. Jade Wars with Halberds are back. We have Peasant Long Spears, Jade Wars with Halberds, and the Crane Gunners up in this little area. And armored Kossars are trying to catch the Jade Lancers, but can't quite do it. This is down to the wire. Hey, another Slaanesh bot raid. That's exciting and new. Ice Maiden's Kiss going to weaken the Jade Warriors with Halberds as Kossars with Spears and armored Kossars think about charging into them. But it looks like they will have second thoughts. And now that the Jade Warriors with Halberds have no charge reflection, now the heavy war sleds will come in and finish them off, taking them out of the battlefield once and for all. These Crane Gunners are using the last of their ammunition on some armored Kossars, and they're doing okay, but as you can notice, with only 6 models, we really haven't been talking about their impact on this battle, and that is kind of the point. Which is fine, I guess, for Commodore. He can just ignore them, largely, regroup his forces, accept that they're going to get off 12 more shots, and just take that damage. Bot's trying to get overtime. Alright, that's it for the ammunition. Kislev would fucking kill for a Patriarch. That's the wild part to me, is that the last time we saw this matchup with Cover Dinner in it, he barely won, but like, a Patriarch would have been invaluable, and then he's like, round 2 doing it again? Nah, fuck the Patriarch, I don't need him. And now we get to another insane late game where it's like, man, dude, bet you wish you had a fucking Patriarch. Alright. Heavy war sleds get poked by the Dragon-Blooded Shugi Lord. They can't really... They need to be a lot more careful. They can't be this far away from the Tsarina, because the Tsarina really wants to pounce on the Shugi Lord. She'll do a lot of damage, but these guys are constantly getting rear charged by the Shugan Lord of Yin. So let's not be hasty, Master Baggins. I don't know if the Shugi Lord has any Winds of Magic left. She's been burning a lot of Talons of Night and Ancestral Summons. And the Infinite Winds of Magic bug only works if you use cheap spells over and over again, not super fucking expensive ones. So she might legitimately be out of mana, or we have a second Ancestral Warrior summon that has been left this late in the game. So Arena's going to get rear charged by the Shugi Lord, take a big punch of damage, and some nearby units shatter. Meanwhile, the Heavy War Sleds are going to get their charge on and do some things, but Zarina's getting her ass kicked at the moment. She popped Stand Your Ground. You have to turn around. You can't keep presenting her your back, or all that doesn't matter. And Golden Floof is going to get off a huge Talons of Night. That is going to kill the rest of the Kislevite forces, and army losses will hit pretty soon. But the Zarina just taking so many rear attacks from that Shugi Lord is fucking brutal. It's fucking brutal. Last of the Jade Warriors with the Halberds are going to rout, but army losses already hit, so once the Kislevite Unbreakable passive wears off, that is going to be GG. And that was a game. Look at those gold damage value scores. About dead even. Especially after this charge comes in, we get even closer to even. And the only unit not routing on the field at the end of the game is going to be the Shugi Lord. God damn. That was wild. Crane Gunners, one paid for itself with a little bit of change. One did not quite pay for itself, but between the two of them, they did fine. Cannon did fine. Jade Lancers did well. Jade Warriors with Halberds did fine. Jade Warriors Sword and Board did fine. Peasant Horsemen did fine. Peasant Long Spearmen. Honestly, a lot of the Cathay roster, once you average it out, really paid for itself, and the Shugi Lord did great. Zarina did okay. I really would have liked more Heart of Winter than Icebane's Kiss. Heavy War Sleds did excellently. Griffin Legion actually also did very, very well. Zargard mostly got destroyed, which you hate to see, but that's what the Crane Gunners are for. Winged Lancers got punked in the forest. Armored Kossars did okay, and the Kossars Spears did very well. Okay. That was cool. That was a good game. That was a good game. I like that game. Ah! Ah! Oh no. I just realized I have to go to work after this. I don't want to do that. Fuck, man. I forgot because I've been busy with this tournament stuff all day. God damn. That was cool. Good job, Golden Floof, hanging in there. I like that. I like Commodinger's approach. I like Commodinger's approach to that matchup. I just really don't like that he doesn't have a Patriarch. Off-meta stuff is, like, admirable and whatever, but there is a reason there's almost always a Patriarch, and it's, as you can see, the healing is so critical as you get late into the game. Loopy, that was reaffirming Mirrors and Kislev Blobs. What a game. Yeah. Matthew, when you get your opponent, if you guys could get in the lobby, get your first map set up, do your first pick and ban, and get your armies ready, but then just don't start the game until I get there. We either have 1 or 2 more games left here, and we'll pop right over to you. That would be big appreciation. But we will try to keep this moving. He mirrored me with Tzeentch, then Kislev Blob. Yeah. Both sides over here have changed factions, so it looks like Tzeentch versus Khorne is going to be our matchup. 3rd time today, actually. And I wonder who will win it, because we've had Tzeentch, we've had Khorne wins. So I think this, in the best of 3 of Tzeentch versus Khorne, we're going to see who wins that. Golden Floof has an interesting build. Commodinger's build is also very strange. It's kind of one of the things I like about these newer player tournaments, where it's not extremely meta. you get to see some pretty spicy things. Kislev spells definitely need a rework. Anything other than spam Heart of Winter is just bad. Yeah. Even in campaign, dude. Even in campaign, I hate using the Kislev spells. They're all pretty bad. That wind spell they have, like the wind of something or whatever, it's not great. It's only good when it's overcast, and even then it's like, meh. Hailstorm is okay to spam, but it's not incredible, even in campaign. Hawks of Miska in campaign sucks ass. Blizzard in campaign is okay, but again, not great. Volley of True Flight is meh in campaign. Ice Sheet's fine in campaign. Heart of Winter's good. Iceman's Kiss is eh. Frostblades is okay. Frostblades is good in multiplayer in certain scenarios, but in campaign it's pretty ass. I'm trying to think of the other ones, but I can't. And that's probably part of the problem. Deathfrost is just always terrible. Deathfrost is always terrible. Loopy. Loopy, since you're here, if you're still here. You, in one of your Nurgle games, you took that Rancid Visitations, the Spirit Leech of Nurgle. Like, not try, like, this isn't like a gotcha question, I'm just legitimately curious. Was that spell, like, good? Did it do something? Because every time I watched you cast it, I swear to God it did, like, no damage, and I fucking hate that spell. But if you know some secret dark tech of why it's actually good, I would love to hear it. Because I have not been able to get that spell to do anything. Rancid Visitations and Deathfrost both just feel like utter garbage. Utter garbage. Shrinicle, yeah. Kislev spells suck, too expensive. I always wanted buff spells to give a static base damage in addition to extra percentage. That would be good. Because there are some things where like, plus 25% damage. Well, I only do 6, so I got 1. Hooray. Because value on some factions is never good if their base damage is trash to begin with. Yeah. I would agree. Wanted to try, but it's garbage. Thank you! Alright. I didn't want to flame the shit out of it if you had some secret tech and then make you feel bad, but like, dude, that spell sucks ass. I watched you cast it on a Longma Rider that was at like 1/4 HP, and by the time that like 16 Winds of Magic spell was done, it went from 1/4 HP to like 1/6. And it's like, oh, so good. So good. I guess you overcast it can do well versus a Footlord. That's like, that's okay, but it's still so much fucking Winds of Magic to kill just a Footlord. I don't know. Like, if you compare that to Fleshy Abundance or Stream of Corruption, there's just no reason to use Rants of Visitations. It's pretty tragic. Because Spirit Leech was too good in the last game, but it was cheap. It was cheap and it felt like it did even more damage than these spells do. These spells don't do any damage and they're super expensive, so it's like, yeah, nobody really likes Spirit Leech spam, but nobody likes a useless spell either. I don't know. The balancing is just really off. Real fucking off. Alright, game 2. Is Commodore making the comeback, or is Golden Floof gonna sweep it? Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. Should I cast this all as a Southern Belle? Deathfrost is so expensive, it's basically Spirit Leech, but trash. Spirit Leech is cheap at least. There's a desync in the game exiting. What the fuck? That's new. We lost the Floof. Floof! Spirit Leech is equally trash right now. It is pretty bad, but Spirit Leech in game 2 was good. I don't actually play Warhammer 3. Do you have just no interest in it whatsoever, or just haven't gotten around to it yet? Curious. Just went back to the second game. It was good. Game 2 was good. So, Lord of Nurgle, Rancid Visitations does 67 to 133 damage per second for 10 seconds. That could do 1,330 damage if you high roll on it. For 16 winds of magic, that's still really not that good, though. Because, like, what is that? 1,330. Its max damage is 1,330. Versus most of the models, most of the single entity models in this game have, like, 6,000 plus health. So if you get, like, a crit, quote unquote, if you get, like, a crit on this spell, it'll do 1/4 of the HP of a low health unit. Ooh, woo. So good. For 16 winds magic. What the fuck? What is this desync in the game bullshit? We lost Golden Floof. Hold on. At Comer Dinner at Floof, I hosted Let's Try This. Yeah. Okay. Invite player, copy, paste. What map are we supposed to be on? It was Watcher Ruins, right? Yeah, it's Watcher Ruins. Alright, we're set. Did we win? Of course we all won. I played Warhammer 3 for like 200 hours and felt I'm done with this. It isn't even just all the bugs. With the campaign map, even outside of irritating objectives, it's just irritating terrain. Every map has to have random bumps in it. You know this. You're almost on team domination at this point. Loopy, no! Loopy, no! Dom's alright. I don't mind it. It's not my favorite, but I don't mind it. It feels even more limited than land battles, though. I will say that. Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this desyncing stuff. And Golden Floof is gone. Alright. So we're going to try a different map. One more time. Different map. Yeah. She loves leaving it open. Okay. Land battles. Let's go to Gore Gateway. Try this. Blobbing is even worse than Dom, to be fair. Yeah, because spells are actually expensive now. Yes. I don't think the blob builds are any good. Everyone's just unimaginative at the moment. Matthew, I think you're onto a little bit of something there. But I do think there are certain factions that just can't do anything about blobs. Like, Khorne has a pretty hard time into, like, the Nurgle and Cathay blobs. Though your follow-up comment after the delay was Cathay blob build versus Khorne is not a good build. I don't know. I would have to see someone beat it. Because there was one time where someone beat it, but Raced's blob build, a lot of his spells, he got some pretty bad RNG on the angles of the comets, and they hit a lot of his own troops. So if that didn't happen, I could easily see that build being wildly unbeatable. By Khorne, who specifically has just very little blob punishment tools. And you would think getting fully surrounded by Khorne warriors would be a bad fucking time. But it isn't, for some reason. A lot of people can just outfight Khorne in the melee, which is wrong and stupid. So, yeah. And I think Nurgle blob builds are pretty good for Nurgle because of, like, how his faction has to play. So, I don't know. I beat it against Raced, and that was my first time seeing it. I don't doubt that you did. I would just love to see it. I haven't seen it, so I don't know how it works. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen his blob build. I mean, I haven't seen someone beat it. Yeah. Alrighty, we have double summons from the Cultist of Khorne of Cummer Dinner. Again, that's not allowed, but we're in here and there's no in-game chat, so GG, no re, I guess. We'll see if it matters. We'll see if either opponent cares. Because last game, technically, Golden Floof was too close to the white line, so it's pretty whatever. Blood Crushers, double Flesh Hounds, another Blood Crusher. Really liking the Blood Crushers today, even though usually I don't see them at all, and more Flesh Hounds. Triple Screamer from the side of Tzeentch, the Forsaken Spawn frontline, and an Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch. Infernal Gateway and Blue Fire. You cast me doing it? Hummus, you casted it? Yeah, that one time. And that's the one I was talking about, Mr. Sir, where I said his comets came in at an angle that was pretty bad on the RNG side, so he nuked a lot of his own troops accidentally. Yeah, I don't know if that's a repeatable thing, is why I kind of need more experience in the matchup before I can decide whether or not I like something. Where, like, one time some RNG not favoring him and he gets fucked up, I don't instantly go, well, this build sucks ass, you know what I mean? I need more experience in it before I really render a verdict, is all I'm trying to say. But also, it's more of a comment about Khorne and the meta at large. Khorne isn't great in land battles. Yeah. Hazel Basil, come here. Come here. Don't take your toy to a new place. Don't you choking on nothing. Exalted Lord of Change is going to fight the Exalted Bloodthirster up in the sky. There is very, very little Khorne support. And it looks like Cummerdinner is trying to bait him down to the ground again. Which is a good play. He got out a Chaos Fury summon. Good stuff. That's pretty good play. I personally am pretty bad at the flying versus not flying things. And a lot of players really picking up on how to punish that is pretty good. Chaos Furies, after being summoned, it looks like they're just going to dive on the Lord and get what damage value they can. Even if they die, they're just a summon, so it doesn't look like they care too much. Big Boy is flying yet again. I think he's going to take a fight and then try to dive down as soon as it gets hairy. Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch is turning to go fight him. His Chaos Fury support and more Screamers come in, but immediately Cummerdinner just dives for his own backline once again. Fury stick with it. The summon is just about to fade 2 and 1 and gone. Oh wait, they have 30 seconds left, but they crumbled a little bit. Ow! Friendly Fire, Blue Fire cast. Oof. Tzeentch's summons are fighting, so they're fulfilling the attacking role for anybody who cares. And Khorne has also people fighting that summon, so both sides are fine. Bloodletters, Flesh Hounds all fucking around in the forest. Now that there's no summon left on the field, Tzeentch is moving up. Khorne's going to also have to move up and do something here. But I'm a little more lenient on Khorne's version of the attacking rules because he doesn't benefit. He has no regen, he has no spell spam, he gets nothing from standing around. Yeah. But Matthew, anyway, sorry, not to fully disagree with you, I do think you were onto something with, like, I think some blob builds are overrated. I do think that's true. And there are good ways to beat them. Like, we just saw my Nurgle versus Kislev game when I was fighting Golden Floof, and he went with, like, the Zargard Bear Blob, and I beat it pretty well. With, like, Plague Bears with grenades, and keeping them safe, and effective spell use. Like, I feel like there are a couple builds not being explored that could beat blobs, but it is... It's tough for Khorne, specifically. Khorne and Slaanesh have a real hard time with the things, because they have no ranged assets to really rely on. Spawn and Forsaken finally clash with the front line. They're beating up these Chaos Warriors with halberds effectively, though this is the one guy they're worried about. Normal Chaos Warriors they aren't as worried about, but the halberds can be a little bit of a pain in the ass. We do get our first Bloodletter summon from the Cultist of Khorne. Screamers are chilling up in the sky. It looks like they're waiting more to countercharge than they really want to be involved in the fights right away. I don't know where these screamers are going to go now. It looks like they're getting attack orders, but they're largely ignoring them. A big blob is forming over here. If we have enough for an Infernal Gateway, this would be a great place to cast an overcasted one. We could hit 2 Flesh Hounds and a Blood Crusher. That would be beautiful. Oh! Oh! There it is! There it is! Ah! They're trying to run away, but they're just not going to get out of there. And all of them die, and it's a great day to be alive. That might be undercasted, though. It doesn't look like it's doing as much damage to the Blood Crushers as it usually does, so it might be undercasted. Still a decent catch. It's doing good work. And a Tzeentch army ability landing might do as much friendly fire as enemy damage, though. Don't love that cast. It's a little aggressive. Screamers on the backfield took out some Flesh Hounds, and on the front line, Blood Crushers are also disintegrating. So these Screamer picks have been MVPs so far. Exalted Lord of Change is going to land on a Cultist, takes a bit of damage from that guy, and misses his first attack, because foot characters are fine. Screamers, in the meantime, are going to go fight Flesh Hounds and Skull Crushers. Literally no bad options over there for them to fight. That is a good trade overall. Exalted Bloodthirster is not having a good time fighting the Chaos Spawn. He is trying to path his way out of there. Meanwhile, there was a summon. It was Bloodletters. The second and final Bloodletter summon is out and about, prowling the town, looking for love. And they will not find any here. This is not Slanesh. This is Tzeentch. Screamers are proving to be MVPs of this matchup at the moment. Flesh Hounds are disintegrating away, slowly but surely. And I just don't see what Khorne can do. Their Bloodletter summon is already at half HP and falling. It's not even running out of summon time yet. Exalted Lord of Change is very, very healthy. He could probably duel the Bloodthirster at this point, considering their health differences. Even though he doesn't have any summons left, I don't think he needs them to win this at the moment. Khorne's doomed! Khorne's doomed! Hazel Basil, Khorne's doomed. Also, hey. Don't eat that. Don't eat that. Come on, puppy. Come on, puppy. We buy you lots of food. You don't need to eat that garbage. You don't need to eat that garbage, little pup. Aside from how cute and adorable this little pup is, things are going pretty poorly for old Khorne. The last of his infantry looks like it's on the way out. You can see they're just on the verge of breaking. And then one of the cultists is healthy. The other cultist is half health. The Exalted Bloodthirster is pretty low. And the only other thing we have that's healthy around here is some Blood Crushers, but as a big blue fire of Tzeentch hits that Exalted Bloodthirster in the face, I think it's all over but the crying. Strange how Khorne has no magic, so their faction abilities need to be good, but then they're also bad. Yeah. I could see what people are talking about, that they're balanced around domination, though, because Khorne gets a lot more abilities off in domination, and so do the Ogre Kingdoms. So that's just a problem of, like, them balancing around domination rather than land battles. This Exalted Bloodthirster is crumbling, and if he dies, army losses will hit 100%. Don't even need to wait for that, as it's already over. What do you got there? What do you got there, little pupper? Hey, hey, hey! That's not nice. That's not nice. That's not cute and sweet. You don't eat squeakers. You don't eat squeakers. What are you doing? Strange how CA went from designing good factions to designing Warhammer 3 factions. Did they all have a stroke? Oh, maybe. Exalted Lord of Change did great. Spawn did fine. Forsaken did fine. Screamers did less than I would have thought, but still plenty. For Comrade Dinner, Exalted Bloodthirster did fine. Blood Crushers got fucking murdered. Oh god, that's terrible. Halberds did fine. Flesh Hounds did okay, but oh, that is 3,000 gold down the drain right there. That is unfortunate. GG. Khorne yesterday's tournament was undefeated, I think, at least in casting matches. They're pretty good at domination these days, I hear. They're good at holding the point. Alright. Vermin final. That's where we just were. GG, great turning. Golden Floof. Yes, Golden Floof, you did it! You are the master of everything! You are perfect in every way. I am so proud of you. You are great. Nicely done. Nicely done. I need to find Matthew's game, because I can't see it right now. It's just Vermin final? Oh, okay. So then where is Krell? Again, anyone confused about what just happened, Golden Floof did win the tournament on this side. He won the newer players tournament for the Vermin League. And we had a second tournament going on today for more veteran players, and we are now entering that final. Popping back and forth. It's been a good day. We've had some good games. It has been a little confusing, I'll admit that. I don't know where Raced is. We lost Raced. Golden Floof, you did great. I liked your Screamers versus Khorne. I hated everything else. Everything else I hated. All of it sucked. Just bring Screamers. 19 Screamers and a Lord. Easy to add and balance one faction among many. Not so easy to balance many among many more. Doomsage, that would be true, except none of the factions in Game 3 are balanced. Hey, another Slanesh bot. You'll love to see it. You really love to see it. Naked HD XYZ, no whores, real cheap fuck dates. But then how are they not whores, sir? Wouldn't that in fact just be a whore? Just saying. I'm just saying. How long have we been streaming? 3.5 hours and one best of 3 left. Okay. All right, that's fine. How's the XCOM video doing? 154 views. Oh my god, that's amazing. Wow. Our content has not gotten a ton of views recently. Let's just throw that out there. Boop. Okay. Raced is here. Matt is here. I will now update all of the things. All of them. Raced is on the top side. So we go 0. Raced. It's a little too far to the right. Hazel Basil, what are you doing over there? We'll do Matthew B 969. I think I got that name right. Space 0. Cool. All right. BR to the B. Hi, Hazel. You made a mess over here. Little pop. Little pip pop. What'd you make a mess for? What'd you make a mess for? Huh? 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 There you go, bud. I'll be right back. Where are you going? Alright, back. Holy crap, we're already in the game. What the hell? Race went Kislev banned Cathay, so then you went Ogres, I see. Tzeentch is here. Tzeentch! It has been too long, my friend. How are you doing? If you are the same Tzeentch, I think you are. Are you ODMR Tzeentch? Because that guy's a fucking G. To win in Khorne's book. You're wrong, Zep. At the Esther tournament, I lost a game as Khorne against Khorne. Oh-ho! Alright. We have our first Stonehorn of the day, so everybody get ready to boo. Boo! How dare you take a unit? More seriously, we have a Frostmane of Ice with Heart of Winter. We have one Little Grom. Boris Ursus is very good in this matchup. And we have a Patriarch to heal. Kossars and Kossars with Spears. We have 3 Zargard, 1 Warbear Riders, and a Snow Leopard. There's no other infantry unit to like complete this box, so I'm kind of wondering what the plan is here from Raced. I don't think this build is going to work. I'm confused. Decide to hop on Warhammer 2 instant Q neat. Go, Zep, go! Go, Zep, go! I guess my brain box of rattling is around the Slanesh bots be doing what they do. Clearly it works to an unknown degree. Alright. For the Ogres, we have Mournfang Cab with Great Weapons, Sabertusk Pack, a Hunter on his Stonehorn, a whole bunch of Ogre Bowls with Iron Fists, some Noblars in the front line, more Ogre Bowls with Iron Fists, Sabertusk Pack, Ogre Bowls, more Mournfang Cab with Great Weapons, so 2 of them overall, and we have a Slaughtermaster with Great Maul with only Troll Guts. Hazel, come here. Come here. Quit your moping around, pup. Quit your moping around. You're fine. You're fine. We just got you a new toy. You tore it all apart, and you had a great time, and you're gonna be okay. Up, up. Up, up. Good lady. And we're off. Little Grom's gonna start shooting at some ogres. You're okay. You're okay.
Neither should you.
Not so many words. I can't imagine they'd be so capable. Hi. Hi. Are you uppity today? Are you uppity today? Who do you think's gonna win? Kislev or the Ogres? I kind of hope for the sake of the Warhammer 3 meta, I hope it's the Ogres, because Kislev's in a box, and we don't like that. No, we don't like that at all. No. Little Grom's poking in at some Ogres as they come in. There's not a ton of great targets for Little Grom, though, to be honest, in this build. Kind of curious what it was meant to do. It looks like it gets a decent shot on those Ogre Bowls with Iron Fist, so I guess it does okay there. But it's an expensive piece, and as soon as it gets compromised, man, it is going to go down quick. And I just don't think it's going to be able to get its value back before the Ogres close in on it. Yeah! Yeah, now you're all excited to tackle it dead and harass him. All the waiting gave me a chance to wipe down my laptop after chopping vegetables. Well, that's good. What you making over there? What you making over there? What's you making, Hazel? Is it food? Is it yummy food for little puppies? Sorry. Hazel needs to be babied. Otherwise she loses interest. Don't you lose interest. Some of the Ogres are coming into range. The archers can actually shoot at them. Still have no fucking idea where they are shooting, because snow maps, they improved a lot on the visibility, but I still can't see where arrows are going worth a damn. I hear a lot of pew-pew. I trust it's going somewhere. I don't really know where. It looks like it's hitting the Noblars. There, I can see some of the streaks. Good lord. You really can't see any of those arrows on a snow map, can you? Anyway, the Ogres from Matt are closing in. Doesn't want to be caught up in a Heart of Winter, it seems. That's pretty good. Puppy's still behind me, so she's fine. Noblars run into the Zargard, followed up quickly by Ogre Bowls with Iron Fist, and they're going to get a little bit of damage down, but a Patriarch quickly runs in and provides 40 melee attack for these guys, giving them near 80. They are very happy about that. Little Grom is having a bad fucking day as the hunter sits off screen and just throws javelins at it for a while. Meanwhile, Mornfang Cav with great weapons are also getting snaked up by Little Grom, so I guess no one's having a real nice time in this moment. Kossars are turning to fire at these Ogre Bulls who are standing out in the middle of nowhere. Matt just doesn't want to pile them in for a Heart of Winter to kill them all. But now that a Heart of Winter has been cast, maybe they can approach Yitzt. Mornfang Cav with great weapons plow into these Kossars with spears, though they do have... they have charge defense. So those Mornfang Cav are going to have a pretty terrible time, but maybe they can just crush the Kossars quickly enough that it won't matter. Saber-tusk packs in the trees getting murdered by the bears. The Boris, the snow leopards. Meanwhile, these Kossars are getting fucked up. Little Grom is getting healed a little bit by the Patriarch, and everything's going okay. Stonehorn is in here messing up the front line of Kislev. But Kislev has gotten a decent balance of power lead, and still we have some Ogre Bulls in the back, just big chillin'. Boris, the Patriarch, and the Warbear Riders are going to get onto the Stonehorn. They will work him down extremely quickly, and he is going to need to run away. Why did I assume you were on a PC and also using a laptop? Because I'm big time. Oh, Doomsage. Alright. Regardless of that, the Ogres looks like took a shit ton of damage on the advance, and now they don't have a whole lot of hope left in this game. There's no healing for the 7 models or 4 models here. The Mornfang Cav with great weapons, so all the anti-large armor-piercing Cav is gone. It is down to just Ogre bump and grind, and we still have some Zargard available. We still have some Spearmen, clearly. Well, not Spearmen, but Bowmen. We're going to do some damage. Warbear Riders are fine. Snow Leopard's fine. This Hunter is not really that good against anything that's left. Y'all are just going back and forth trolling each other. I don't even know where to catch up with that conversation. Razer gaming laptop might actually have found a niche to chop vegetables. Yeah. Oh, of course. That's the perfect way to use that. Mornfang Cav with great weapons charging back into the Zargard, but it really isn't going to do any damage to them, and then we'll quickly die off. Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is very healthy, but what can man do against such reckless Kislev? Troll Guts is used on a Hunter. It's not really going to save him from Boris. Look at that nice terror versus human factions. Oh, wait, they're unbreakable. Yup. Yep. So the Little Grom ended up doing okay. But the Kislev Bear Blob was too much for the poor Ogres. And that is going to be a big Heart of Winter that will probably end this game. I guess the Hunter on the Stonehorn counts for a lot of balance of power, so probably not going to army loss with him that healthy. Boris Ursus is going to have to get in here and roll dirty. That is part of the reason I said I like Priestess Goldtooth in this matchup, though, like, unironically, is because he's such a good melee combatant. He can actually kind of fight with the Bear Blob. Now he needs support, obviously, but just having someone in there that can actually do stuff. Because this Caster Lord has been vibing, but he hasn't been, like, killing anything, and it feels like the Ogres really need that from Greasus. I play on a laptop initially bought for university. Yeah. Just playing tug with Hazel now. As to try to get a toy from her. Hey. Alright. Slaughtermaster, 300 gold. Hunter got about 2,000, so he actually did okay. Mornfang Cav with the great weapons both struggled. Ogres with the Iron Fist also struggled. Saber-tusks, one of them did okay, one of them didn't do anything. Other Ogre Bulls did fine, and Noblars all died for the great cause. Get out of here. Get out of here with your biscuits. With your biscuits, you bastard. There. Alright. That'll buy us a second. For the other side. 1,800 on Boris Ursus, 1,200 on the Heart of Winter Caster, 2,000 on the Bear Cav, 300 on the Healer, 1,000 on Little Grom, Zargard, all about paid for themselves. The Snow Leopard also almost paid for itself, and Kossars did well. Yar. Yar. How else do they train Grey Seers? Yeah, at Skavenbutt University. Duh. Easy peasy. Big lines of orbs down. Okay, after this stream, what do I need to do? I have to go to work, but what before that? Grab lunch, eat the lunch, entertain the lady, clean up all of these rabbit guts all over my room. Probably finish laundry and shit. I don't like being busy, but I always am, so I guess I shouldn't say that. But the frat parties at Skavenblight Uni are wild. There's probably a lot of stealing involved. I can imagine there being a lot of stealing. Hi, Pop. Hi. You are being so much right now. And I love you, but this is not a good time. The headaches are setting in. Oh, God. Puppy, the headaches. The headaches, puppy. Well, we have 1 or 2 games left, little pop. Little pop. That student's name was Icket Claw, Doomsage. Icket Claw! Icket Claw, puppy! Hi! Up. Come here. Up. If you're gonna be here and bother me, at least be on camera so you can be cute for the peoples. Cute for the peoples. Little pupper. Little pup. Oh, boy. Alright. While we wait for this. Hang you. Come here. Hi. You're silly and a Billy. Why are you so silly? Why are you such a silly Billy? Why are you such a silly Billy? This is the puppy. This is the puppy. This is the puppy. This is the puppy. This is Hazel Basil. This is Hazel Basil. Been little puppy. Wow. You're gonna fall down, little lady, if you're not careful. If you're not careful, you're gonna fall down. You're gonna fall down. You're gonna hurt your little noggin. You're gonna be a little brain damage puppy. Little brain damage puppy. Little shaken puppy syndrome. Little shaken puppy syndrome. You like hanging out with your dad? Do you like hanging out with your dad? Do you like hanging out with your dad? Oh, yes you do. Oh, you love hanging out with your dad. Whoa. Little pup. Little pup. Looks like we have Tzeentch versus Cathay. As Cathay, you normally just kind of want a wide build. Oh. Just want a bunch of archers. Jade Wars with the shields are pretty good against blue horrors. Peasant long spearmen are generally good against spawn and anything. And then also if they get shot, you just don't care because they're cheap. Another build I actually kind of do like is cav rushing them with like 3 or 4 Jade Lancers, 1 or 2 Longma Riders. Miao Ying can be kind of fun. Can be. As for Tzeentch, usually I just see him go for pretty typical Forsaken. Sometimes they don't take spawn because you don't exactly need them against Cathay, but usually they'll take spawn. Forsaken spawn, blue horrors, call it a day. A better build in my opinion would be Forsaken, blue horrors, pink horrors, some Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights are also pretty common in this matchup. I shouldn't say that that's unique, but Furies are good. Exalted Lord of Change is pretty good. Yeah, it's a fun matchup. It's interesting. Little pupper, you're going to push yourself right off. Little puppy, you're going to push yourself right off. Little puppy. Little puppy. Little puppy. Yum, yum, yum. You almost got me that time. You almost got me that time. Arm, arm. Bah, bah, bah. Bah, bah, bah. Alright, down you go. Down you go.
Well, that was fun. Well, that was fun.
How are we doing? They're not quite ready yet. We're fine.
Well, that was fun. What you doing?
Oh, we're loading up, pup. It means you gotta go.
That means you gotta go! Get out of here! Shoo! Never wanna see you again!
She came back. Alright. Hi, Hazel. Welcome back. Okay. Where was I in the chat? I haven't looked. Any Warhammer 2 tourney planned, Human Boy? Yeah, I'll do one each week, Tzeentch. I have to figure out the date here probably after work tonight. I'll post it, but probably Tuesday or Thursday of next week, because Wednesday there's one of those big Warhammer 3 tournaments that CA is promoting, so I won't try to schedule that day. Is it me or there's a contrast of units on the map worse than Warhammer 2 having a harder time tracking my stuff? That's interesting you say that, Zep, because it feels like people that played a lot of Warhammer 3 have a harder time with Warhammer 2, and people that played a lot of Warhammer 2 have a harder time with Warhammer 3. You went to Cathay, ban Ogres, and you got Tzeentch? Okay, it's a pretty good matchup. Is that why ATT is so shit now? Oh, AT&T, I see. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to cast this one-handed because my other hand is busy harassing Hazel so that she stays entertained. For Tzeentch, we do have 5 spawn. Spawn, yes. 5 spawn! That's what spawn are. That's perfect. Good job, Human Boy, you dunce. Alright, 5 blue horrors, 5 Forsaken. It looks like we do have a pink horror. We have a flamer for some reason. I do not like that pick, but I'll get back to it. And then we have an Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch with Infernal Gateway and Blue Fire. I really don't like the flamers here because basic archers are so common, and they'll just shoot the flamers to death immediately. I don't like that pick. On the other side, for Matt, we have Miao Ying the Storm Dragon. It looks like she has healing of both kinds, Earthblood and Regrowth. We have 1 Terracotta Sentinel. We have triple Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen, a whole bunch of Peasant Long Spearmen. Wait. 3 Peasant Long Spearmen, so not a whole bunch. 2 Jade Warriors. The Dune Dragons. Celestial Dragon Guard? Fucking why? Alright. Cool. And then we have double Jade Lancers. I really like the triple Celestial Dragon Guard. I think they're going to do well. I also worry they're just going to get volume of fire down. But if they can shoot anything, they'll do a ton of damage to it. I like Miao Ying too. I'm not a huge fan of the Terracotta Sentinel or the Dune Dragons. I worry they're just going to both get nuked. Blue Flamer's even squishier than Warp Fire Throwers. Strange pick. I agree. Hazel, I took that toy away from you momentarily.
Hey, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. You ruined his little bunny body. His little bunny body is all ruined. You don't need to ruin it no more.
Sorry. For anybody who's annoyed with me dealing with the dog during all this, sorry. It's the realities of having a pup. Sometimes she sleeps through tournaments, which is usual. Sometimes she's awake and wants to play, and that is today. And we're just gonna have to deal with that. Anyway. Side shot of blue fire coming down on the Celestial Dragon Guard. That's gonna do a lot of damage as they are clumped up. That's a pretty nice shot there. That's about 1/4 of their health missing. Don't. Ow. Don't do that. I have a cut on my foot. Leave it alone. Ow. Fuck. Stop. Stop it. Sorry. Dog hurdy. Celestial Dragon Crossmen are fucking deleting that pink horror, and Miao Ying is about to turn into a dragon form. So far, things are going okay for Cathay, but we did just get engaged. One of the Celestial Dragon Crossmen needs to turn and fire on that flamer. Otherwise, they will suffer a fate worse than death, and that fate is coming, but thankfully at this distance, the flamers fucking missed. They are now retreating. Their shields are already gone. Let's see how quickly they disintegrate away under the withering fire of the Celestial Dragon God. Flamers turn to fire at Miao Ying, get a good amount of damage, but then start missing a lot, and they're already down to half health. They will start crumbling soon. Furies dove in on the Celestial Dragon Guard, Celestial Dragon Crossman, and this is why a lot of players like them against Tzeentch, is they can hold their own against the Furies, and while that is nice, you can see Blue Horrors, just shooting them, get a ton of damage value in anyway, and Forsaken and Tzeentch are going to pile in. Flamers are getting fucked up. Now, they took a ton of damage all at once, and all of a sudden stopped taking any, which is interesting. But also, there was a huge Infernal Gateway here that hit some Jade Lancers who walked out of it, but it deleted an entire Celestial Dragon Crossman unit. And this is why I tend to favor just spamming a bunch of cheap archers, is because already 2/3 of the archers are out of the fight, and that's like 2,200 gold already dead. Tzeentch has caught back up rather rapidly on the damage value, but balance of power is about even, and I would agree, as Tzeentch has not gotten through scot-free. We do have some Blue Horrors that are all out of ammo, and they're still useful chaff units. They're pretty tanky, but the Flamers are at half HP. If Miao Ying can run over there and finish them off, that would be good, and Exalted Lord of Changes, Tzeentch is doing fine. I actually think Tzeentch is in a pretty okay spot here. I think they're largely happy with how this is going, as Flamers tee off onto the Jade Lancers, getting a nice little side shot onto them, doing enough damage they'll probably rout soon. Miao Ying runs over to make sure that they get finished off. If these Celestial Dragon Guard can get killed by a spell or something from the big boy of Tzeentch, then I'm pretty sure they'll have this in the bag, especially all these Blue Horrors now teeing off. Don't know if you want to shoot at the Terracotta Sentinel, because that would do a lot of damage, but you could also just ignore it, because Terracotta Sentinels are a very defensive unit. I've spoken many times about how I don't really like them in my Cathay builds. Sometimes they're a necessary evil, but I really don't think they're that good at clearing out stuff. Pups are always forgiven to say otherwise is heresy. Alright, Flamers are officially gone. They're out of this fight. Cathay is back ahead on the damage value balance, and they're ahead on the normal balance of power. A lot of these Blue Horrors are just getting shredded away. Forsaken are getting shredded away. And this Exalted Lord of Change fucked off for way too long, chasing down the Celestial Dragon Crossman. I get the temptation, but you really need him here doing other shit. And he is going to finish off the last of the Celestial Dragon Guard. Difference is Flamers will actually fire their fire. Warp Fire Throwers are bore holes into the ground with their stare going, well, geez, boss, I can't see him. Hey! Don't you shit talk Warp Fire Throwers. Warp Fire Throwers are perfect in every way. I will not let this blasphemy stand. We love Warp Fire Throwers in this house. Fire anyways. That would be a pretty good... and that would be a pretty good Lord passive. Cathay has a good meaty number of units left. These Blue Horrors are trying to kite away and get somewhere to fire their last salvos. Out of ammo Blue Horrors plus some Forsaken are trying to pile back into the fight, but these Dune Dragons are still here. They have not been caught in Infernal Gateway or anything like that. And Miao Ying is actually pretty healthy. She has a lot of healing behind her. Those are the only two spells she has, so she's got to turn back into human form to use any of her Winds of Magic. I wouldn't hate her using some of it on the Dune Dragons, but I guess they could also just all die in an Infernal Gateway suddenly. Looks like the Exalted Lord of Tzeentch is maybe looking to get a blue fire down the line. I think Matt's maybe baiting it and ready to just turn. Don't know. Blue Horrors are running away. These ones are firing into the Peasant Long Spears, doing a little bit of damage, but not enough. It's pretty much just the Lord versus a Terracotta Sentinel and Miao Ying. I think Matt has this. How did the Dune Dragons do? 730. Not bad. Could have been worse. I don't exactly know what Tzeentch is waiting for out here. Bonus versus Claro. Don't host your tourney on Tuesday. Gonna watch Ice then? Ice is doing something then? What's he doing? Tzeentch is just vibing. He's getting some Forsaken back, so we do have a full health Forsaken running up. And Blue Horrors. But Miao Ying could be taking his time to transform back into human form, heal up her blob, and get the cooldown going on turning back into a dragon. So I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity here. While his Jade Lancers are fulfilling the attacking role, chasing down Forsaken and more Forsaken. As for the Exalted Lord of Change, he's tough, because like he wants to use some of his blue fires. I'm sure he's running out of Winds of Magic by now. But he also kind of wants to use an Infernal Gateway on these Dune Dragons. Could really nuke them down.
Hazel Basil, you are okay. Miss Lady, it's raining. We can't go outside for a walk anyway, and I know you're upset about that, but you also don't like the rain. I know you don't like to get wet, because every time I give you a bath, you have a mini heart attack.
Forsaken Plow into the Jade Warriors. They're going to do pretty good there. Nice little damage value, and Blue Horrors of Tzeentch are running away from the Terracotta Sentinel at the moment, trying to get somewhere where they can safely shoot their shots. Yao Ying is fighting the big boy in melee combat. He tries a Blue Fire of Tzeentch on her, but a lot of it misses because of her snake body. And he has a decent shot, 50-50 melee shot versus... Okay, when she doesn't have 24 bonus, she has 60-45 for melee stats, so it's pretty comparable. Blue Horrors are whittling down the Celestial Dragon Guard, but will eventually be forced into melee combat with them, which is not what they want at all. And another cast of the Blue Fire of Tzeentch actually hits Miao Ying this time, and then collateral damages some of the units behind her, so that was a pretty effective cast. She now looks like she's running away to try and turn into human form and get some healing out. Which, I think that will be fine, because she's just going to regrowth herself in a second here. And then if the Exalted Lord of Change follows her down, there's Cav, there's Halberds, there's a Terracotta Sentinel. This is over. Before he finishes college on Tuesday, he's going to stream then. Oh, he said before he finishes college on Tuesday and is going to stream then. I see. I see. Army losses hasn't hit for Tzeentch just yet. As, ooh, a nice Infernal Gateway takes out the Jade Lancers and the Celestial Dragon Guard. And then there's a Fury Summon at the last second also to run out there and do some damage. So a big final desperate gambit from Tzeentch, but I don't think it will amount to too much. Amers be running from Kaladorth. The memes. I am working on a video where I reference that, but it'll be out never, probably, because it's cringe and terrible like everything I make. Miao Ying throwing out more healing. The Fury Summon from Tzeentch is gone. And I just don't see any way he can win it. There's too much left. Army losses? One more hit and it's going to be army losses. Oh, 2 hits. Fancy. Alright, that was 3 hits. Sue me. Got him. They're somehow winning Warhammer 2 quick battles? This is good. Ratboy does not approve of Rickarth. Rickarth sucks ass. I can still picture Imric sitting on Manning's back, kicking his heel in his hand, going, "What? No breath attack?" It's true. She does not have a breath attack. We're going to game 3. Going to game 3. Lord of Tzeentch did fine. Forsaken got fucking clowned on. Flamers didn't quite do much. Pink Horrors also got clowned on. And Blue Horrors did fine. Format, Miao Ying did okay. Terracotta Sentinel did fine. Dune Dragons did okay. Celestial Dragon Crossmen did less than I would have thought, honestly. Jade Lancers did well. And some of the infantry did well. But not a lot of value over there. I guess the Tzeentch army was heavily ranged, so a lot of their value gets lost to the ether. Game 3, let's go. Cyrus, what's good about the Ice Power streams? What is the appeal of the Ice Power? Is it the Manticores? Is it just the Manticores? Is that all you want? Is just more Manticores? Or is it more? Oh, jeez. Hazel, you have really fucked up this rabbit. Real bad. Hazel, you have really fucked up this rabbit. Killing your dudes more than they killed your dudes usually does the trick. Yeah. I'll host a Warhammer 2 tournament this week. It's a simping over Marathi, or in his words, mommy. Maybe. I'm working on getting all this... Well... Maybe I shouldn't get the fuzz out of the toy, because all the fun for Hazel is getting the fuzz out of the toy, and we paid $25 for her to have fun with this thing, so maybe I should just let her do that. I do want to get rid of this string, though. God damn it! God damn it, give me that string! That 2 could be deleted and it's true. Oh. You may be on something. I see what you did there. Alright, Hazel, here's your rabbit. That's nice. I would text Grace and ask her how her errands are going, but she left her phone on the toilet. So, I hope she's not in trouble anywhere because she's got no phone. That is like our 900th Snushbot of the day. What did we do to be so special? Thank you, Tian. Summoned a bot. Contrabizzle. What? What will be the final thing? Wait, where's the scorecard? Oh, okay. My YouTube is just slow. I see. Only my horny is allowed, bots. Get out of here. Silence, wench. I do not want to be horny anymore. Especially if he's drunk and can't remember his stream the next day. But then what? But what? What is so good about it, Cyrus? Is it the manticores? His builds were spicy? The ones with Grom or the ones with 2 manticores? Nah, I kid. I picked Khorne and Tzeentch. He went to Cathay, so I am now Khorne. Khorne versus Cathay. Oh boy, I wonder if we see the dreaded blob build. The double terracotta sentinels, Niao Ying, the 2 war compasses or whatever. I wonder. The raced special. The RIP, the raced in peace. Boop, 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 boop. Hazel, why do you destroy everything you love? Hazel, why do you destroy everything you love? Ice Pew Pew takes the same builds for Dark Elves and Greenskins. Yeah. If he takes spicy stuff when he's like streaming and not the same thing over and over again, then I could see that being entertaining. I know when he does try hard, he takes the same builds over and over again. Because I know when I'm streaming, like, there's frequent times where I won't take a super meta build. Like, I'll take 1 or 2 spicy things, and then I run face first into why they're not meta, because they're bad. But then that's kind of entertaining. So either it's like, if it's spicy and it works, then it's interesting. And if it's spicy and it sucks, then I get to have a ton of salt about why it sucks. And then that's also kind of entertaining. So. Currently, Rice is sitting on just a Lord. So Rice just having some big thinks. Matt has an entire build completed. What will Race do? What will Race do against all that Khorne? All that Khorne inside that porn. I'ma get. I'ma get OnlyFans. OnlyFans for... Oh, OnlyFans because of Twitch bans. What you gonna do with all that Khorne? All that Khorne inside that porn. Oh! Oh, Rist is putting units in his build. Well, this is good. We love units being in builds so we can start the game and Human Boy can go have lunch after 4 goddamn hours of casting nonsense. 4 hours and 10 minutes of casting utter bullshit. He wants to win with greenskins. No one plays them for fun. I played greenskins for fun, but I kept taking Warzag, and that just was not a good idea. Versus Spirit Leech or Fireball. I love, like, and if you flame, you know, you can have your opinions, that's fine. But I can also have my opinions about your opinions. When people flame me for using Spirit Leech on single entities, and then I got literally 0 ticks of damage, so it did 0 damage, and then, like, people were in the chat saying, like, stop using Spirit Leech on single entities, dude. It really sucks. I'm like, if you've ever played with fucking Warzag, or Deathmaster Snitch, or Skrulk, you would know that Spirit Leech versus single entities does not suck if you roll high. Because if you roll high, Skrulk or Snitch is down to, like, 2/3 HP, so they lost 1/3 of their fucking HP from a Spirit Leech, or, goddamn Warzag. Warzag could not stand up to Spirit Leeches or Fireballs at all. He was so squishy. Everyone hates greenskins, but they play them because they're top tier. Like I said, I enjoy greenskins, just a certain style of greenskins. Cheap sex dating, just fuck girls. Thank you, nakedhd.xyz. I swear we have banned you so many times, I don't know how that bot's name is quote-unquote different. Because we keep banning that same fucking one. Spirit Leech Snake Eyes is a thing, but it's objectively good versus single entities. Yeah. There are some streams where people popped in the chat, because I had a couple of really bad games in a row where Spirit Leech was like, literally, I checked 2 different replays on stream, and it got 0 damage ticks, so I would cast it, and the entire spell would go, and the entity was at the same health it was at when I cast it. But just because of those, like, people in the chat were saying, you know, stop casting for single entities is not good, and it's like, bruh. Play Skaven against someone with Spirit Leech and tell me it's not good against single entities. All of my lords and heroes have to be invisible or on a bell. That's why you saw the Grey Seer so much on his bell, is just Fireballs didn't one-tap his ass. Fireballs and Spirit Leech. Try playing Deathmaster, and as soon as he gets spotted... Oh, especially in the Empire matchup, because Snitch was good in the Empire matchup. But as soon as they found him, the Bright Wizard on a Pegasus is coming in hot with a fucking Fireball for his ass. There was one bot yesterday on Endstream that said streamer recommends. Interesting. I mean, I'll recommend Slaanesh bots all day, but not these ones. These ones will give you a virus. I know the good ones. The good ones. It's called Home Depot. For any of you who don't know what Home Depot is because you don't live in America, I don't actually know how international it is. It's Home Depot is an American, like, home improvement retail store, but also they're owned by a very Christian family. Secretly sells porn from one of the most anti anything to do with that family as you'll ever know. Did you have fun destroying your rabbit, bud? You're a noisy pup. Alright, Matthew was in the chat earlier saying that this build from Raced sucks, and Raced is taking it again. Now, last time they fought, Matthew beat this build. As Khorne versus Cathay, he beat this almost exact build. I contested it because the Woojing War Compasses accidentally friendly fired a fuck ton of their own troops. We're about to find out, is it true? Is it the twofer? Does Raced's build work the second time around, or is Matthew just going to kick his shit in again? What does Raced want? Raced literally sent me a message that said, I present to you Cathay Blob 2.0. Anyway. The build for, instead of just memeing around with people who know what it is, in case on the VOD someone doesn't know what this is, or something. Triple Celestial Dragon Guard, we do have Peasant Long Spearman in the back. One Fire Rain Rocket, which I always thought was an interesting choice, but Race is an interesting guy. We have double Terracotta Sentinel Meow Ying with Earthblood for healing a lot of stuff at once rather than regrowth, and we have Talons of Night. To punish blobs, you have Talons of Night. Also to punish any Khorne infantry that think about having a life, you take double Woojing War Compass. That means you get 4 free Thunderbolts, which are very good against Khorne, and you get 4 free Comets, which are just generally good. The only thing is, last time this build was played, some of those Comets arced in and fucking deleted Celestial Dragon Guard, which did end up losing Cathay the game. Little puppy. Woo! Other than that, the Khorne build from Matt is a little optimized. He used to have 2 Gorby's Chariots, and I saw only 1 in the build from this time. So we have 2 Chaos Furies of Khorne. We do have the Hellforged Host, Exalted Bloodletters. Chaos Warriors across the front line with 3 Halberds helping them out. We have a Cultist of Khorne with the Summon. We have a Herald of Khorne with all of his AoE buffing splendor. Some melee attack, some leadership, and more melee attack. On the far side, we have 1 Skull Crusher that I recommend to be added to the build, and now I'm scared that if it fails, I'm going to feel like a jackass. And the Chariot was taken out. Alright, cool. So this is all my fault if Matt loses. Alright, excellent. Great. Great. I love being on the spot like this. Oh, God. Politicians are into human sex trafficking. Nothing is surprising in the U.S. except for how many people don't mind. I think it's more of an international problem, sex trafficking. I don't think it's just a U.S. thing. Humans are weird, I'd rather mix them. Oh, God. Oh, God, Doomsage. What is happening? Anyway. Fire Rain Rockets being very accurate, very good at what they do. Very good unit here that I'm sure is not bad. It does have a hell of a rate of fire, though. I'll give it that. Look at it go. Good God. It's just fully automatic. Because international cars would sink, duh. Oh, yeah, you're right. Traffic doesn't work internationally, you're right. It's not like boats are a thing. Alright. Chaos Furies of Khorne, I wouldn't be shocked if they try to dive onto the Fire Rain Rocket right about now and shut it down. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. I don't think this is going to work. I do think the Celestial Dragon Guard will just turn and kill all these guys before the Fire Rain Rockets take too much damage at all, but Race is going to do what Matt's got to do what he's got to do. Fire Rain Rockets still raining in. The Hellforged Host are not even going to hit the front line before they die at this rate. I hear noises. Hi. Your phone's on the toilet. Yep. Okay, Grace is home. Sorry. So what are we doing? A Storm of Shadows is going to hit those Chaos Warriors of Khorne with Halberds. It's going to catch actually a good number of them and keep them under duress. Meanwhile, Fire Rain Rocket is punishing the Hellforged Host extremely, and now we get the spray of free spells. Now, Comet, I did test this, has a much bigger explosion radius than is shown. You see, even there, that one hit the Celestial Dragon Guard, despite the fact the circle is way over here. So this time around, Raced is casting it much farther away from his blob than he used to. That does seem to be benefiting him a bit. I haven't seen any of the Thunderbolts getting cast yet, and here's the Bloodletter Summon. It's probably... The Bloodletter Summon will actually probably shut down the Fire Rain Rocket once and for all, which is a good pick, but I think it might be too little too late to have Fire Rain Rocket's already done what it needed to do. And now we get the double free Thunderbolts that are going to hit the Chaos Warriors, and they do tons and tons of damage. Cathay is up about 2-to-1 in the damage value. They've almost lost their Fire Rain Rocket, but it's actually staying online. And Miao Ying is going to heal the whole blob with her Earthblood. She's going to heal everything in here. Though I think it has, yeah, it has a limited amount of things it can hit. So it's going to hit the Celestial Dragon Guard and the Fire Rain Rocket, which is interesting, but I don't know. Fire Rain Rocket still trying to hurt the Hellforged Host before they can hit anything at all, ever. And there is a lot of routing units. Another free Thunderbolt cast is trying to punish these Skull Crushers. And it will. Oh, that's a Comet. Okay, that doesn't do that much damage to Skull Crushers. Skull Crushers are in here trying to do any damage, but they're really having a tough time. Just got fucked up. Is that another Comet coming in, or what is that? Nope, that's a Thunderbolt. I wouldn't hate for a Comet to be cast back here, or a Storm of Shadows or something. I don't know. More magic. Letters would survive better to the magic here. Possibly. Possibly, Zep. Meanwhile, one Wujing War Compass has gotten way out of sorts and is now surrounded by halberds and dying in melee combat. Fire Rain Rocket is routing off. Peasant Long Spears are routing off. Celestial Dragon Guards are routing off. Herald of Khorne, the Cultist of Khorne are still okay. Surviving as best they can. And, ooh, big catch. Wujing War Compass is getting killed. Skull Crushers will chase it away. Peasant Long Spearmen routing. And is this the wild resurgence of Khorne? Maybe. As now we only have single entities and this Celestial Dragon Guard sticking around. Skull Crushers are going to plow into the Wujing War Compass and get a lot of good damage onto it. With no support nearby, it will fail. A full health Chaos Warrior of Khorne chasing off Peasant Long Spearman feels bad, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. And whatever this is going to fucking hurt. Is that a Comet?
Oh my god, oh, you hate to see it. Oh, the pain, oh, the humanity, Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Now it's official, all the Celestial Dragon Guard are routing. These ones are actually pretty healthy, and they could rally at any moment. If Khorne is not able to chase them off, that could be a problem. But Khorne doesn't have anything left either. They don't have anything to chase anything off. Miao Ying is destroying this Herald of Khorne. This Terracotta Sentinel's killing some things. Lots of stuff are dying. And the Skull Crushers are routing. And Human Boy's love of the Skull Crushers will not save them from their terrible fate. And he's just baiting everybody into taking a shitty unit. And I'm sorry about that, everybody. I'm just a real bad person. All I can see in Warhammer 3 battles are the unit bases. What do you mean the unit bases? Do you want me to just zoom into this? Watch me get cut the fuck down. The problem with it is I have to zoom in so close to see what's actually going on in the fight, as I lose sense of what's going on in the battle. Not like Khorne can shoot. Yeah. Getting caught up with some stuff. Herald of Khorne is dead, so Khorne is officially leaderless. Okay. So the Bloodletters chase down the other Wujing War Compass. We have Skull Crushers running away. Meanwhile, Chaos Warriors with Halberds are trying to surround the Terracotta Sentinel. And the Cultist of Khorne is fighting alongside his warrior compatriots to try and take down Miao Ying. I don't think Khorne can win this. That would be a little too wild. Ooh, yeah, especially not with that coming in. That's going to be the big pain. The big stinky hurt. Would not be surprised if they nerfed to one Comet. The Wujing War Compass gets 4 spell casts, but Greater Demon things get 1 cast of each of their shitty spells. That's the fucked up part, is the Wujing Compass gets 2 casts of really good spells a piece, and all of the Greater Demons get 1 cast of 2 shitty spells. And it's like, well, why? You fucked up. Yeah, fucked up. Khorne's at near army lost territory. We do have Celestial Dragon Guard that are back. Miao Ying's chasing off a cultist. He shatters. It's the end of the world as we know it. Alright. Look at this guy. Look at him standing there. He's just wandering off. He's going home. Actually, where is he going? There's nothing over there. Khorne is trying to regroup into a blob. Don't think that will save them. Celestial Dragon Guard fight the dreaded Khorne warriors. Khorne warriors will win this one. I'll give them that. They'll win this one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Prepare for a bad time, little friends. That's 400 damage instantly, and they crumble away. Oh, they rallied. Can they do anything? I don't know. Celestial Dragon Guard are routing. Terracotta Sentinel's just gonna walk away from the Hellforged house, letting them crumble. What a dick. The Terracotta Sentinel's not even gonna finish them off. He's just gonna walk away while they crumble. Miao Ying and all of her friends are running towards these Chaos Warriors. And zip. Zap. Bzzzt. Wrath of the Storm is cast on last of these things, and a side charge from the Terracotta Sentinel will come in. Will it even get here before they rout? No! And the healing coming in from Miao Ying will finish off the balance of power. And it is the fat GG. Hello, how are we doing, everyone? In the next version of the Cathay battle lineups don't look to work so good. Are you talking about the formation attack? Good, sir. And the Terracotta Sentinels didn't even get much value. That's the kind of fucked up part. The Firing Rocket did great. Celestial Dragon Guard got mostly mulched, and the War Compasses did okay. But Miao Ying styled on everybody. Skull Crushers got about 1,000 value. Hellforged Host got 800 even after how fucking low they were. Cultists did well. Halberds did okay. Chaos Warriors base didn't do well, and the Chaos Furies also died horrifically. And the box prevails. I do think the Skull Crushers just are underperforming, and I think my success with them has been the outlier, because the more I see people use them, the more I see people struggle with them. So I think, yeah, I think I need to stop with my love affair with them, because it's not working for a lot of people. Bada bing, go away. I'll deal with that later. Anyway. My voice is getting shot. Congratulations to Race for winning the tournament. Matthew B969, also good job. I think in the last two finals between these two, it's been 3-3. So they're clearly pretty evenly matched, and that's not a big deal because Race is a very, very good player. So going even with him should be considered good. I regret taking Skull Crusher instead of the Chariot. Yeah. I also regret taking Furies, but I felt needed to hedge in case he didn't blob. How dare you think he's not going to blob? List of factions the blood letters are good against. 0. None. They're bad. They're terrible. Garbage. Worthless trash. That's about it for me. I do have to get going. How long have we been here? 4 hours and 30 minutes? Okay. Well then, you people are fine. Alright. I'm leaving. I'm leaving forever. Yeah, that's what I got. Okay. All right. Perfect ending. No complaints.